Hello and welcome to the CWMU Advisory Committee meeting. To start the meeting, we'll have each member of the CWMU Advisory Committee introduce themselves and who they represent. So we'll start here and then finish online with Representative Ferry. And we'll start at this end of the table.
I'm Eric Thacker. I'm the Range Extension Specialist at Utah State University.
And please make sure and turn your mics on when you speak.
Eric Thacker. I'm the Range Extension Specialist at Utah State University.
Mike Christensen, Sportsman's Rep.
Greg Wilding, at large.
Tim Fries, CWMU Association.
Mike Lauder, Sportsman.
Clint McLean, sportsman.
And Representative Ferry.
Joel Ferry, State Representative.
Okay, and I'm Covy Jones. I chair the committee, and I'm a non-voting member of the committee. With that, let's go through the charter as to why the committee was formed and what the authority is. So starting with purpose, the purpose of the Utah CWMU Advisory Committee is to assist the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources in the administration of the CWMU program by providing a third-party representation in matters dealing with the program. The committee will make recommendations to the Wildlife Board, who ultimately has administrative authority for the program. The authority of the committee. The Utah State Legislature has given authority to the Utah Wildlife Board to make and enforce rules applicable to cooperative wildlife management units that in its judgment are necessary to administer and enforce provisions of Utah Title 23. So that's a state code governing wildlife. The Wildlife Board has in turn created and enforces Rule R657-37 in order to administer and enforce the provisions of the code. R657-37 is the wildlife rule that pertains to CWMUs. A portion of the rule, 657-37-15 states, a CWMU advisory committee shall be created consisting of 8 members nominated by the director and approved by the Wildlife Board. The committee shall make advisory recommendations to the director of the Division of Wildlife and the Wildlife Board on matters, and then it lists matters, roles, and responsibilities. So here are the matters. Hear complaints dealing with fair and equitable treatment of hunters on CWMUs. Review the operation of the CWMU program. Review the failure to meet antlerless objectives. Hear complaints from adjacent landowners. Review changes in acreage totals for CWMUs that are under standard minimum acreage or parcel configuration requirements to evaluate the appropriateness of their continued participation in the program. And finally, to make advisory recommendations to the director and the Wildlife Board on these matters. One of the most important things we'll do tonight is the process. And I want everybody to know that in the past in these meetings, where we start to have problems is where we get outside of the process. And so we will follow the process very strictly. If we get outside of it, we'll stop, we'll get reorganized, and we'll start again. Okay? So starting, Chad Wilson, our private lands public wildlife, Chad's over there, our private lands public wildlife coordinator will introduce the complaint or the topic. Then we'll set a timer, and there will be 10 minutes for the complainant to explain the issue that occurred from their perspective. During this time, it'll be their time, right? Nothing from the audience, nothing from either side. Following, there'll be 10 minutes for the operator or the affected party representing the CWMU. After that, the advisory committee will be allowed to ask either party clarifying questions. After they feel like we've had enough clarifying questions, we'll have a committee discussion. And when the committee discussion happens, it'll happen after the committee feels like they've gathered all the outside input that is necessary. They may choose to ask additional questions and may not. But at that point, it's committee discussion. When the discussion is exhausted and we're at the point of a motion, we'll call for a motion. There's always possibility for some discussion on the motion and then a vote on the motion. And so with that, we'll start the process. Okay, Chad, do you want to take over and start with the first action item?
Yeah, that'd be great. I don't know, Chris came in after we did introductions. You want him to introduce himself?
Yes, please. Chris, could you take a second to introduce yourself? Please turn your mic on too, Chris. Sorry.
I'm Chris Robinson. I live in Summit County, and I'm a rancher and county council member, and also have 3 CWMUs, Skull Valley Ensign Ranches and Pavant Ensign Ranches.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay, I'll jump back in. They were saying they couldn't hear me good. You got me now? Okay. So the first thing we want to tackle tonight is actually complaints that we're not going to be hearing tonight, but I felt like we need to make it part of the record that we received these complaints and give a reasoning / rationale of why we're not hearing those complaints. The first one is Hardware Ranch. This was actually a complaint that came to us from one of our DWR employees, and it was on signage that was off of the CWMU, actually into our hardware WMA. After examining the signs, it was apparent that there's fairly old signs, probably well before the current operator was operating the CWMU. So the way that we're tackling that one is we've informed Coldwater that there's signs that are posted in properly, and if that's an issue again next year, then they will be back before the CWMU Advisory Committee of explaining why they didn't get those taken care of. Another one was Cotton Thomas. The reason we're not hearing that one is the main complaint there wasn't very many elk that they were running into. He was given a lot of time to hunt, a lot of opportunity to hunt, and his main complaint was wanting points back, which is done through a different process. So we're not hearing that one tonight. And the last one would be Walsburg, CWMU. This one, there's complaint over an access road and them denying access, a road that goes through the CWMU. However, in the meantime, the operator and some of the other agents they're being investigated and have criminal charges against them. So we felt that it was more appropriate to handle that one through the more serious charges rather than through this advisory committee. With that, Covy, you good with me just jumping right into number 4? Or
Before that, do any of the committee members have questions for Chad on any of those complaints that we're not taking action on tonight?
Should be back. No.
What was the reason why we had to specify that our tax CWMU? Hunting cow elk, not within their CWMU middle lines.
I can get that one because I think I understand. So this is clear. What we did is get the rule, so the big game for them.
Farmington, if you could pause 1 second. We're having issues hearing the conversation. If we could check the microphone there and repeat that last paragraph.
So the question is, why did the division clarify in the big game rule that antlerless control permits were not valid on CWMUs? And the simple answer is that it was ambiguous. And so we realized that it was ambiguous, but the intent of a CWMU is, or one of the intents is that in return for the 90-10 buck or bull split, that the public then gets the opportunity to harvest antlerless. And if they're harvesting those antlerless animals with buck and bull clients, then it seems disingenuous to the intent of the program or unfair.
Yeah, that's the way I felt. I just didn't know if there was a particular CWMU that had been doing that.
I'm unaware of a specific instance or issue, honestly.
Dave, I think that you brought that to my attention. Do you have more to add to this?
Some of the CWs that I talked to started to deal with that. Guys taking control.
So they were just a little bit concerned about the number of.
So Dave Rich, a biologist from the northern region, just clarified that there's actually concern from CWMUs that other hunters they're worried that they may come onto their properties and try to hunt with one of those antlerless control permits. And so he was approached, asked him to clarify that rule as well. Okay, so if there are no questions, Chad, let's go on to the first complaint. That'd be Buckhorn Ranch.
Okay, yeah, so got a complaint that came in from a hunter that was hunting, excuse me, actually near Buckhorn Ranch, not on the ranch. Just to kind of set this one for you, Buckhorn Ranch is not an elk CWMU. This was an elk hunt that was going on near Buckhorn Ranch. I don't know, there was a dispute over who shot an elk. I don't know that we need to go into that too much tonight, but probably the reason we're here is because part of the complaint is that the operator of the ranch, Ryan Jones, did not have permission to be on that other private property. And so they felt like he was trespassing at that time. And just know that as most CWMUs really don't want anybody to trespass on them. So if we have people that are affiliated with CWMUs trespassing on others, then probably is something that we needed to at least hear. So.
Okay, with that, do we have somebody representing the complainant here? Okay. Mike, do you have the ability to set a timer up for 10 minutes then?
Stand by.
I'm just going to interrupt real quick. There was somebody that had a PowerPoint. Was that you? Okay. If you give that to Mike either now or before you come up, then he'll be able to work that.
And I assume Mr. Salzar. Salzer, introduce yourself and then.
Kirk Salzer from Heber. I was hunting with my father, Lynn.
Okay, and then we'll wait until they start the timer and then we're equitable.
It's started. I'll let you know.
Okay, so yes, let's start it over and then give Mr. Salzer his time. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if you guys want me to read the complaint that was filled out and given to the officer that handled the situation.
Oh, what does the committee want? I think we've all read it. Maybe just a synopsis if there's something that you want to let us know or.
Okay, basically with what went on behind closed gates, I don't know if you guys received the letters from the Murdoch Ranch. There was 3 of them. I don't know if you got all 3 of them. I went and visited with the Wasatch County attorney last week. He had told me that he did not receive these letters that were intended to get to him, which I had sent them to Jake, Officer Greenwood, and apparently he failed to submit the letters to the Wasatch County Attorney's Office. So I yeah, I don't know if you guys have received, all three. I sent, I believe I forwarded them to Chad. So you guys have three then?
So we have,
Okay, so you guys have, let's see, you guys, let's see, I have one from Joyce Bailey, who is the mother. I have one from Mr. Mark Dudley, and I have one from Carolyn Beck Dudley.
we don't have the Murdoch.
Oh, okay, so can I just read it to you fast?
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Sure.
All right. She states that we, my family, who are landowners in the area of Deep Creek and Kern Creek, mostly in Wasatch County, she states that we are neighbors of the Buckhorn Ranch. And she goes on to say the current manager of the Buckhorn Ranch is Ryan Jones. We have had a number of problems with him since he has been working there. She also states that his cattle have been on the ground competing with, let's see, with Vern Roberts, who they lease their private property out to him for grazing throughout the summer and fall. She also states that he has not been a good neighbor and we are not friends, which at the time of the incident, when it happened on the hill, Mr. Jones stated to us that he was very close with Joyce Bailey. He also then continued to tell us that he had permission to hunt certain canyons on the Bailey Murdoch private property, which clearly he does not have permission to be on there. At the time of the incident, well, let me get back to the letter first. Let's see. He has not been a good neighbor and we are not friends, nor do we ever hunt on their property, nor have we ever given him permission to hunt on our land. He is well aware of he's well aware of the property line. Bringing hunters on our property and shooting bull elk and cow elk is definitely against the law and they should be prosecuted. They have also reopened an old road that has not been in use the last 30 years to make it easier to get where they shoot. Where they are able to shoot and harvest game on the private property. And obviously, you guys have read the other two letters. I guess basically what I want to say is with the letters that have been provided from basically the mother and basically the son and the daughter, who are property share stake owners in the Murdoch ranches, they're not happy with what went on. We were given basically permission to hunt this ground. We were told we would be the only ones on there. Mr. Jones, basically Saturday, Sunday, let's see, there was 3 days basically, and the comment was made from Mr. Jones at the time after he arrived at the kill. He asked us why we did not shoot the animal on the first or the second. It was a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday. Why we didn't shoot that animal on a Friday, or the Saturday, or the Sunday. We told him that we were aware of the boundaries and we did not want to poach or harvest the animal on the Buckhorn Ranch property. He was frustrated because we had not killed or taken the opportunity or the chance to shoot this animal, but before everything went down, which in the aspects of everything, I'm not sure in the confrontation we had up on the hill why Ryan, number one, lied to us about having such a wonderful relationship with the Joyce Bailey family or the Murdoch family, basically asking us why we weren't hunting in another canyon, why we were hunting where we were hunting on the Murdoch property, and on and on and on. But also, I don't know if you guys want to look at this, but on my phone, on my Onyx maps, I marked the spot of the kill, and I can show you the property lines and how far Ryan and his hunter, and I don't know if the three other gentlemen, the younger gentlemen, worked for Mr. Jones. I'm not sure, but there was a total of 5 of them there at the time. So I don't know if you guys would want to take a look at that. How far?
And we can do that during the question period.
Okay, all right,
Sure.
that's fine. But talking with the county attorney also, and you know, basically the only charge that, from what I gathered, that the Wasatch County Attorney's Office is going to try and go after, which I don't understand this neither, because after the animal was killed, Mr. Jones and the 3 younger gentlemen hurried and gathered up the bull elk after they were told multiple times to leave the animal at the spot of the kill until an officer showed up, because that's state law. They gathered that animal up, took it off the hill basically as fast as they could get it off the hill, and told us to meet them around on the other side at the entrance of the Buckhorn Ranch, which but the only thing that, the only charge that has been filed is basically taking wildlife while trespassing on private property. With that being said, I mean, there's been many outfitters throughout the state that, all right, you know, I'll go shoot something on private property or whatever. I'll pay a trespass fee and life goes on, which to me, if this is me shooting an animal on a CWMU, not only am I going to pay dearly, but I'm going to get charged for poaching. The animal's going to get confiscated, which the animal was not confiscated, which we told it was going to by the officer at the time. None of that happened. We end up meeting the officers back at the gate. The officers basically, at their discretion, basically then take the animal, give it to
Thank
the
you,
other
Mr.
person,
Sulcer.
and so forth.
Thank you.
But yeah, that's basically what
Okay.
the situation is.
No, thank you. I didn't have the time in front of me. The next time I'll give a 2-minute warning. So as we got it up on the screen now, thanks for getting that up, Mike. Okay, is Mr. Jones here?
Have you hear me? Have you guys, have you read my paper? All of you? Okay. All right. I got to clarify some things. You know, I've run Buckhorn Ranch for going on 16 years. We have had a good relationship with Joyce Bailey. Everything has been good. We don't have no problems. We haven't had no issues in the past going back and forth. We've had a good relationship. And that's the same way like he was explaining the sons and the different ones that's wrote whatever these comments are. I've never met these folks. I've never met Mr. Dudley or the other ones. They don't know me. I don't know how they can write something against me that they don't know. So anyway, I definitely need to clarify that. On the elk, there was nothing. I got to tell my side of the story a little bit. So that elk was not touched. If you guys read my part, you can see where I'm talking about, but we did not touch that elk. We did not do nothing. We called the DWR, and as we was waiting right there, Jake Greenwood, he called me back, and we followed whatever his recommendations was. We didn't do nothing different than what we'd supposed to. We made sure we followed that. So anyway, I feel that we, and hopefully he's online so he can answer a few questions on this. I think that's why there was no citations or whatever involved in this. Another thing, he was mentioning cattle to me on Joyce property. I've leased a canyon from Joyce going up one little draw. I paid her $3,800. If she feels, she sets the price. If my cattle get on her and she feels that I owe her money, then we pay whatever she sets the price at. The last 2 years, I haven't had no cattle over there. Everything's been good. So I need to clarify that. Where was the cattle? Vern Roberts, I heard him say that, and also Nolan Giles run on the Murdoch Ranch. Them cattle was on me. Good neighbor, what did we do this year? We run them down to the corral, we put them in, we feed, we water them until them ranchers can come get them. That's just what has happened in the past. So I don't feel, it's shocking to hear what I've heard, but it is what it is, I guess. What other issues was there? To clarify on some of this stuff that, like the elk itself, I had a legally handicapped guy that I was helping out. We took one guy. I'm not a CWMU on elk. I tried to help this gentleman out. Am I close to the boundary? It's on that hillside, yes, somewhere. So I take this gentleman, we try helping him out. That's what happened. I know there was a complaint that I was carrying the gear, the spotting scope, the gun. I arrived before my hunter. That, the guy could not walk, clarification. That goes to the DWR. They checked into all that. Everything was okay on that end of it also. As far as the board, was there any other questions that I need to address at this time?
We'll let you, excuse me, I'm sorry. We'll let you finish whatever statements you may have, and then we may ask questions to either you, Mr. Jones, or Mr. Sulzer. So you've got 6 minutes. If you're done, you're done, but anything else you feel like you need to clarify, let us know.
Okay, is Jake going to be able to join us? Is he on?
Mr. Greenwood is online, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, all right. Well, let's take questions from you guys, and we'll move forward.
Jake, Officer Greenwood, are there any points of clarification that you feel like you need to give before we enter into the question period?
Not at this time, since Wasatch County is still going to press charges. There's little that I can produce until that trial takes place.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, open for questions for Mr. Sulzer and Mr. Jones.
Covy, could I ask a clarifying question of the staff and of this board? I may not be following the facts, but I'm a little perplexed as to the CWMU Advisory Board's role in this matter. It seems like that the only nexus is that the Buckhorn Ranch is one of our CWMUs for deer, not for elk. And so one of our operators, I guess Ryan Jones, has been called into question for behavior that has to do with things outside of hunting elk on a CWMU. It seems like the facts here are that there must have been a general bull season tag, bull elk tag, not a CWMU tag. This Buckhorn Ranch, adjacent Murdoch Ranch, and that for whatever reason, there's a dispute as to where the elk was shot and then who shot first, I suppose, and a lot of other stuff around that. But I'm trying to understand, how it fits well within what we're doing as a CWMU advisory board.
No, and I understand that question. And Chris, I'll respond to that as best I can. Chad, if I miss something, let me know. And then I think Mr. Ferry has a question as well, Representative Ferry. So the reason why we're dealing with this is because one of the roles of the advisory committee is to evaluate the impact of operators on their neighbors. Where the Murdoch property is a property directly adjacent to the CWMU, this action has an impact on their neighbors. And understanding that it wasn't a CWMU tag, obviously we understand that. However, that's why it's been brought here. Chad, is there? And that's as per rule. One of the things we evaluate is impacts of the operators or the CWMU on their neighbors.
So when Jake Greenwood says that the Wasatch County attorney is deciding what charges to press or what criminal complaints or whatever to invoke, would that be for like criminal trespass or other things that would that be a more suitable venue for a judging, the matters of how this elk was taken and the potential improprieties around that?
So I think, Chris, the way that I've thought about this is I've divided it. There are two things here, and one is criminal, and they'll hold a trial or not, or whatever the prosecutor decides or recommends. And the other part of this is the question of, do we have a problem with the CWMU or an operator acting in a way that negatively impacts his neighbors? And I think that's what we're trying to.
Okay, I get that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ferry?
Yes. Maybe a clarifying question and a comment. You hear me okay first?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, excellent. So in this instance, this is pretty unique, I think, where the involvement occurred with one of our operators, but not on or in an infraction because of the actions taken there. But what options do we have available to us right now? What decisions can we make? Or so that's my question. What options are available to us as a committee? But then secondly, I think that we might be, just my opinion here, we might be a little bit premature where there is an active trespass case and potential litigation associated with that, for us to jump the gun and say, yeah, we find that he's, one party or another's acted improperly, and we're going to do something, take action against a current CWMU because of that. Well, what's the recourse if he's found not guilty, right? Because the court will weigh out all these facts and look at all these options. And I just wonder, are we jumping the gun on this one?
I hope you don't mind if I jump in here. I think for me, a lot of it was just the difference in a criminal proceeding where the standard of proof is a lot higher than what it is like in a civil hearing. I don't know if you'd consider this a civil hearing, but I would think that the standard of proof would be lower here. And it was just as it was fresh, thought we'd have it heard. There was debate about whether we wait till after. The other part is sometimes the criminal side of things can take a long time. So thought while it was fresh, would have it heard with, a lower standard of proof. So I mean, there's a lot of times in criminal charges, somebody's found not guilty, and then there's a civil suit afterwards, and they're found liable. So, yeah.
So, and Chad, maybe you can help me understand. So, what options do we have available to us as a committee then? Just the regular series of options here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, options of doing nothing. I think you do have an option too if you wanted to wait to see. Obviously, as CWMU, if he's found guilty of criminal charges, then we're going to run with those regardless. But I think you have an option of waiting to see what happens and then hearing it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and some of the questions that I have regarding this case would be better answered by our conservation officer, Mr. Greenwood, but I don't know what he can or can't say. I mean, so some claims were made, for example, as to the location of the kill site, whether or not the animal was moved before you arrived. It seems like there's both sides of the story here. I don't know if you can speak to any of that, Jake, or if that's stuff that's going to be kind of off.
Without consulting Wasatch County first, I'm hesitant to say much without them here. So
okay, so in my opinion, it's kind of hard for us to get much discovery on this one or get the facts because we need an independent third party to verify some of these claims that are being made. So I don't know what to do here.
Got a quick question. In your statement, Mr. Jones, you said that that somewhere along that hillside is the boundary of the CWMU. Is that CWMU not marked? Is that boundary not marked?
So as we speak, we're going to have to speak into a mic. If you have a question, as you respond to the question, you have to speak into the mic. So right now, there's just that mic. Do you still have another mic? Oh, okay.
So like I said, we're a CWMU for deer. So on the deer, habitat for our deer is Buckhorn and Water Hollow. That canyon over there, it hosts elk. I had 13 bulls in it all summer long in the hayfield going back and forth. I'm not a CWMU on elk, so it has never been something that's been a matter. It's never been no problem.
I understand that, but is the boundary of your CWMU marked along that property line?
There is zero marking on any of that from Murdoch's or us on just that little, in that canyon right there. It's marked on ours, on the other side, and then across Buckhorn, clear across and down to Murdoch's. But I will answer this. Come spring, the DWR will be with me and we'll walk that hillside. It's going to be marked. Clear down through wherever it needs to be. It's never been an issue. We've never hunted that. Go ahead, sir.
So you're saying you've never hunted that draw before? Because, I mean, and I'm kind of confused because it sounds like you think you had a really good relationship. The emails that we see show that it's been an issue before. I know you're not an elk CWMU, but me as a public hunter, let's say I had permission to hunt on their property for deer, and I see a buck over in your hayfield, and I decide to go over and shoot it. You're going to tan my hide, right? You're going to take me to the cleaners. But it sounds like, with this elk, and I don't know if it's the same with deer, but if you're fine to do it with elk, I could see you I could assume you'd feel comfortable going onto their property to shoot a deer if you saw a nice buck over there with one of your hunters.
Let's see, you got a hillside You have a hillside. You either walk from the bottom or you walk up over the top. They come over the top, down. We walk from the bottom up there. The deer habitat is not there. Go back to what I said earlier. I'm a CWMU for deer.
No,
So I hunt deer where it's no good to me. There is elk. I took one gentleman this last year. I'm not a CWMU for elk, but I took that handicap guy. That's where the elk is. It's a draw that has elk in it. So,
which is fine if it's on your property. I get that.
I know, but we don't know where that property. We've never marked it. We've never went up there. I've never done nothing with the mapping or any of that. But like I said earlier, we will take care of that.
And you ran it for 16 years and you never
That's
defined
what's
a boundary?
funny. We've never had an issue with that. That's pretty good, huh?
I don't know if I'd say it's good, but.
Well,
I
we
mean, it
just
sounds like
don't
it's-
go there, sir. We don't hunt that.
Can I ask a clarifying question of Chad? It's been my understanding that CWMUs as a whole have to be clearly marked the entire boundary, correct?
Yeah.
So if the CWMU is marked properly, there should be no question as to where the boundary is.
Yeah.
Is that a fair assumption on my part?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a question for Mr. Jones. If it's okay, Covy.
Absolutely.
Actually, a few short questions. Do you believe that you shot the elk on your property or on Buckhorn Ranch?
When we were shooting at the elk,
Just yes or no answer. Did
yes,
you believe,
when we were shooting at the elk, we thought we was okay.
Did you believe that if you weren't okay, that you had permission from Murdochs to hunt on their property?
No, we've never gone back and forth with Joyce on that. We have cattle grazing rights, not even grazing rights, but we've leased a canyon and grazed from her on that. On hunting, we've never gone back and forth. The only conversation we've ever had on hunting with the Murdochs, and it's only been Joyce Bailey, we talked about joining as a CWMU at one time, and that's the only conversation.
How far into Murdoch property was the elk harvested?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. How far was we
How
on?
far into the Murdoch property in feet or fractions of a mile was the elk harvested?
I think it was 800 yards.
800 yards.
Somewhere. I've never measured it, and I haven't pulled it up, and I haven't seen like Jake's, the DWR, whatever they filled out.
So almost a half mile. And, well, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Sulzer, can you answer that question?
Yes.
Go up to the microphone.
Yeah, please go to the mic.
Yes, the property line, me as a public hunter, first of all, before I hunt anywhere, I have some type of mapping, whether it's Onyx, whether it's something else, and I know where I am at all times. To me, it's kind of disgraceful to be an operator of 16 years and you're sitting here lying about not knowing where the boundary line is when it runs directly in the bottom of the canyon on flat ground above their hay field that they have in the bottom of the canyon, where two canyons, one coming down from the Buckhorn Ranch comes down in, and the other canyon coming from the Murdoch property or the Bailey property come down. They come down like this. They meet in the bottom, it flattens out, and that boundary line goes right up the middle. This is the first time I've ever hunted out there, and I know that. He's been there for 16 years.
Mr. Sulzer, we're not going to get back and
okay,
forth.
so,
Would you please
all right.
answer the question?
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
I can show you from my Onyx maps where the spot of the keel was in comparison to where the boundary line is in the bottom of the canyon, if you guys want to.
Have you measured that?
We can measure it off this,
Let's
yes.
measure it.
And after the elk was killed, I went back up there and walked to the bottom of the canyon where the property line actually is. And yeah, it's a ways, it's way up the hill. It's just about to the top of the Bailey property line before it goes into another canyon further on to the Bailey property. So this is where the elk are. That's the boundary. You zero it in, obvious.
So, and again, we have to speak into the mic. Right now, we're looking at it. Is there an answer to the question? Is there a measurement or a distance from where the elk was shot to the property line?
I would say the elk was killed anywhere from 800 to from his boundary line. They may have shot it at 800 yards, but going off the Onyx, it's at least 12 to 1,500 yards onto the Bailey, the Murdoch ranches from the Buckhorn ranches.
Thank you.
Is there any kind of a livestock fence dividing the two properties?
Not the bottom of the canyon, there is.
We were unable to copy that. Could you please
So
repeat the answer?
again, the question was, is there any livestock fence that divides the two properties?
Not in the bottom of that canyon. There is not any fences in the bottom of the canyon. On Joyce's ground, there are some fences in certain areas throughout the private property that is fenced off.
All right, thanks, Mr. Sulzer. We measured that on your Onyx maps to be 815 yards. And then I've got one more question for Ryan Jones. You might ought to sit up here just for a second more, just in case we've got a few more questions for you. Are you a landowner in this CWMU or just the operator?
No, just the
Just the
operator.
Okay, I don't have any more questions for you on that. Thank you.
You bet.
Any more questions from the committee? Okay, if there are no more questions, looks like we know what our options are. So what we want to do?
So I'll start. This is kind of a messy one. Hopefully I can answer Joel's questions while I talk here. So it's interesting in the responses that we've gotten from Ryan Jones on this. You know, in my opinion, the main issue here is trespass, and we're not putting him on trial for trespassing. However, if he does get prosecuted for it, then it's going to come right back to us because according to the rule, we at least have the ability, but he shouldn't be an operator if he does have violations of that kind, especially related to a hunting incident like this. And so, you know, at the least, we could be suspending the COR, revoking it, ending his operations as the operator of the CWMU, something like that. And so I've hunted on, I've guided on, I've hunted around many CWMUs. I use Onyx Maps too. I have never gone 800 yards off a CWMU and not known where I am on one that I guided on. If I did, I would be fired. To own it for that amount of time and to be able to go 800 yards off of the line, I appreciate that you're saying, that Mr. Jones is saying that he didn't know where he was. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. But this isn't a trial for trespass, but it certainly raises my eyebrows. And at the very least, I'm going to be interested in putting the CWMU on probation. And the second that something does happen, if he is prosecuted, I'll be seriously considering at least voting the direction to make a big change there, either with the operator or with revoking the COR. That would be where I stand on this.
Yeah, for me, the most disconcerting part is that we have a CWMU operator who doesn't know the boundaries of his CWMU. And I think doesn't matter if it's the species or the trespass aren't they as large of, I mean, they're an issue, but to me, it's, if that CWMU boundary isn't marked and shown where it's at, then you could have a neighbor that trespassed on the CWMU that shot a deer that would then be charged with poaching. And if that deer was large enough, that could be a felony. And so I think that, in my opinion, I'd like to see us recommend something that that the Buckhorn Ranch CWMU needs to clearly mark their boundaries and come into compliance with that. And it's a tough one. We don't always get along with our neighbors, but we should try.
Similar sentiment. Being a landowner, having ranches, it didn't take long to learn the boundaries, and I just think 16 years is enough time to know exactly where you are. And I think this is the problem I see, is this is just bad optics for the CWMU program. And it's not necessarily obviously you're hunting a different species, but these are the type of incidences that give us a bad name. And that's why I'm leaning toward proper posting, put him on probation. If he gets if you get a violation, it'll come back and there will be a new operator. It's just unacceptable.
I can echo the thoughts and sentiments of the group. I think that, the 815 yards isn't close. This isn't around a hill or behind a tree or something. This is egregious. I sympathize with Mr. Sulzer, and I think that pending the outcome probably of the investigation, we'll probably be back here, making more suggestions in regards to the future of Mr. Jones. So just to share the sentiments of the group, just so that everybody got to hear my opinion. That's kind of where I'm at.
I agree with what's been said. The one concern I have is we often know that sometimes these wildlife violations at the legal side fall by the wayside with county attorneys. And so my concern is if we don't address the full impact of this now, and the attorney at some points decides not to process charges or proceed, I think it's pretty clear that there was an animal taken well into another property. I can't imagine if the CWMU had been posted like it should have, they would have known where they're at. So to me, there's not a reasonable excuse as to why they were 815 yards over. But so I certainly agree with suspension, but I think it's pretty egregious because I agree this is really bad optics for the CWMUs. This is what most of the general public worries about, is that CWMUs get extra privileges. And I think that's certainly the way this comes across, because to everybody's point, this would be prosecuted heavily if it was the other way around. And so I guess my question is how do we deal with that if the legal case doesn't proceed? I think there's more than enough evidence to suggest that there was an egregious violation here on the CWMU side.
Well, and I think part of that, to answer some of the question, is that it comes down to, our role. We recommend to the director, we recommend to the wildlife board. And if it comes down to that, there's also administrative action as per rule that we would even take without those recommendations. So when we have a wildlife violation on a CWMU, the rule allows that action to be taken either by the board or by the director.
I think the most damning thing I've heard is that the CWMU operator doesn't know the boundaries. Whether they're posted or not, the operator has to know the boundaries. And if he or she doesn't, then it's, who would have a greater obligation to do so than that. The part that if you step back and look at it, and there were some evidence that it didn't matter where the elk was shot due to permission from the Murdocks, which is a matter that might be adjudicated by the court proceeding. Let's just say, for instance, that Mr. Jones is able to prove that he had some kind of tacit right to be there, then he's not in violation of anything. That doesn't appear to be the case here. He's admitted he was 800 yards inside the boundary of the neighbor and thought he was on his own property. And it sounds like the boundary's in the bottom of a canyon, which is pretty easy to determine. So I don't see a problem myself with the probation. It's a recommendation. There are other levels above us before anything irreversible would happen. As a landowner, there's a distinction between the landowner and the operator, and it may be that the landowner may want to consider a new operator, and all of these factors would go into, the evaluation by the landowner would be seeing how this probation fares and how the court case goes. And so I would be in favor of recommending probation for the operator.
Any more discussion, or I'd entertain a motion already. Sure.
Chad, have they ever had a complaint? The CWMU, has a complaint ever come before this committee?
For Buckhorn?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
I don't believe so.
I'll make a motion that Mr. Ryan Jones is the operator of the Buckhorn CWMU that we recommend to, is it the Wildlife Board? Who is it that's?
And or the director.
I move that we recommend to the Wildlife Board of the director that Mr. Ryan Jones is the operator of the Buckhorn CWMU be placed on probation due to his failure to know where the boundaries of the Buckhorn property is and his apparent harvesting of an animal some 800 yards onto the neighboring property.
Would you be willing to add to your motion that due to the fact that the property is not properly marked?
And due to the fact that the CWMU boundaries for Buckhorn are not properly marked.
Before we go to that, can we ask the CO if he's aware if the boundary's properly marked or not?
When I was in the area in question, the canyon, there is no posting whatsoever for either property.
I guess a question regarding my motion is, I've styled it to place the operator on probation. I don't know if it's placed, if more properly, it should be that the CWMU is on probation.
Yeah, and in evaluating the rule and some rewrites we did, the ultimate responsibility for CWMU falls on the president or the CWMU. And so that's probably correct, Chris.
My motion would be modified. I hereby modify my motion to place the Buckhorn CWMU on probation for the reasons stated.
Sorry to drag this out. Is it worth noting, to me, it seems like there's two issues now. We have one that we have CWMU boundaries that are not marked at all. And then the second is that the operator didn't know where those boundaries were. So to me, that seems like almost two I mean, they're the same issue, but 2 points that need to be put into the motion is that the boundary has to be marked, I guess what you mentioned, but I think it's.
The motion doesn't entail the remedies that need to be implied or to be invoked. In other words, and maybe it should, it's probation until when? What are the conditions of reinstatement in full faith? Is it that the boundaries have to be marked? I think that might be beyond my understanding. I was just making a motion based on the two factors now as amended, that the operator doesn't know where the boundary is, harvested elk well outside the boundary on third-party lands without, I won't say without permission, and that the boundary isn't marked.
I'd like to just touch on this for a second. For me, I agree with what everybody's saying, but I believe that for the benefit of this program, CWMU operators are held to a higher standard. It is not okay to not know your boundaries. It's not okay to not know where things are or not be posted. These are all rules that CWMU operators are held to. And there's a list of them right here. So for me, I think that I feel more comfortable with recommendation of a suspension of the Buckhorn CWMU or its operator pending the outcome of the investigation, at which point I would support termination of the COR if he's found guilty. So that's where my heart is on this deal.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table and some discussion on the motion, but we have to address the motion on the table too. So.
Well, it may die for lack of a second.
I'm going to second the motion.
And Joel had something to say.
I was just going to second that motion as well. But you beat me to it.
Okay, call for a vote.
Yes.
Let's make sure that we understand the motion. Alicia, do you have the motion down on paper?
Yes. It would be good if you guys repeated it again because it was adjusted about 2 times. So if you could have a very clear motion written out, it would be.
Okay, so let's clarify the motion, and then if the second is still there, let us know.
Do you want me to try to do that?
Yes, thank you.
I move that we, as the CWMU Advisory Board, recommend to the Big Game Board or the director that the Buckhorn CWMU be placed on probation because of the failure of the operator to identify the boundaries of the CWMU and failure to know himself the boundaries, which apparently led to harvesting an animal some 800 yards out on private property outside the boundary.
second still stands.
Okay, with that, we'll call for a vote.
Covy, real quick, can you just repeat who did the motion and who seconded it for, we should have captured that?
Sure. Chris? Yeah, Chris Robinson and Greg Wilding. Alicia. So the second was Greg Wilding, and the motion was made by Chris Robinson.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. All in favor? Yay? Raise your hand. Thumbs up. So that's 5. All opposed? Motion carries. 5 in favor, 3 opposed. Joel. Yeah. 5 in favor, 3 opposed.
You got me, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep, thank you. Okay, motion carries. All right. With that, yeah, so just a quick discussion on the motion. One of the things that's really concerning here, and the motion is to recommend probation, but as we evaluate this, it's the CWMU is completely outside of rule. You can't have a boundary that's not marked and be a CWMU. It's literally written in the rule how often, how frequently, how many feet, and where and when you have to mark the CWMU. So as this goes to the director and the wildlife board, then obviously we're going to look towards the remedy. As has been mentioned before, there's a separate action on this, which is a criminal case. And also in rule, it states when there's a wildlife violation on CWMU that we have to consider that. And so depending upon the outcome of the criminal case, we'll consider that as well. Is there anything that the committee would like to add to that, or did I miss something?
Yeah, let me just add one thing. So Ryan, be prepared. You'll be back here next year before this committee. And so if other actions take place, say in a criminal case, then other actions will be taken by our committee here. And that's really, why I seconded what I did is I know it's coming back here. We're going to talk about it in depth. But I'm also giving Mr. Jones credit for, I've been doing this for a long time and I've never heard a complaint from the CWMU. So give him credit for that, even though as I agree with Mike, this was an egregious thing. But we'll let the courts play it out and then we'll vote on it next year.
Covy, do I need to state my opposed?
I think that's probably good. So we had 3 opposed votes, and let's have that on the public record as to why.
For the record, I didn't feel like the penalty was stiff enough.
I would agree with that. In fact, as I see it, not having a CWMU potentially for 16 years that was improperly posted, as a public hunter, I don't feel like I would have caught the slack saying, oh, well, it wasn't posted, so they're not going to prosecute me. So that alone, to me, seems like a suspense. That alone would be potentially merit not a suspension, but probation. So then you add, admitting to basically killing an animal off the CWMU, even though it's not a elk CWMU, but trespassing, to me, that weighs pretty heavily. So that's why I was opposed, is I hoped for something more.
That's the same reason I was opposed. The other thing that I thought is, I know we say that they haven't had any complaints here in 16 years that they've been a CW. However, it sounds like the land owners over at Murdoch's have had issue. Again, he stated that he had a good relationship. I mean, that's a he said, she said, and it never has been here, and that's good. But there's all kinds of land disputes that happen all the time that won't make it here. But for them to write those emails seems like there's obviously some history. So this isn't a new thing.
Okay, thank you.
Covy, really quick, I have one point of clarification. When the operator's before us, but will the president and the CWMU, like property owners, will they be notified of this, Chad?
Yes, after this meeting, then we'll write out a memo to them what happened for the operator and president.
Okay. Well, with that, we'll proceed to the next complaint. Before we do, there's some things about the setup I think we need to fix really quickly, and so we'll have a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, that's the end of that one. And now we're on to the next one. Chad, can you come up and please introduce the Grass Valley complaint?
Yeah, just before I start in this, I did put 2 chairs here, so especially the guys that are on that side of the room, it might be easier and less tempting to just speak from your chair if you stay close until the question section's over.
Chad, also during the break, we put one other mic.
Oh.
So we have a second mic there, and then the mic at the podium where Chad's at.
Even better. So,
Yep.
so I guess pick your poison. The next one is Grass Valley. So this complaint was there just a complaint that they weren't able to hunt the whole entire unit, that there was Huff Creek was closed off to them. Otherwise, they said it was a really good hunt. They saw a lot of deer. They were happy, and given some allowances of having extra guests than than what's stated in the rules. One other thing I threw in the packet to the committee too was a letter of compliment. A lot of times we come here, CWMUs, and we hear complaints, and there's not a lot of letters of compliments given, and I didn't know the appropriate place to do it, so I gave it to you guys for this meeting, and it happened to be on Grass Valley, which had a compliment and I guess a complaint at the same time, but yeah.
Okay, with that, we'll start with Mr. and believe it's, I'm sorry. Mr. Andrew.
I feel like this is kind of sour grapes to complain about a wonderful CWMU, but let me tell you the background. My wife spent 14 years trying to get a tag for another CWMU close to that, and she hadn't, so we decided to go with Grass Valley, Clark Canyon, and talked to the operator, Travis Crittenden, probably one of the nicest men I've ever met. He allowed us to, my wife had the tag, my grandson, who's 16, did a mentor tag. He allowed me to go and also my son. So there are 4 of us, and you're only supposed to have 1 guest. So that was dang nice of them to let us do that. And also the properties that we did access, we saw tons of deer. The second day, my son passed on a 174 point. It was giant, and we ended up shooting a 144 point. Beautiful deer. I mean, every bunch of does had a buck with it, and we hunted in November. The problem is the main reason we put in for Grass Valley, Clark Canyon, is because we wanted to hunt close to another CWMU that's known in Utah for some of the biggest bucks in the state. I didn't want to say the name because I don't want anybody putting in for it. So anyway, but long story short, Travis gave us access to all the properties. We saw tons of deer every day we hunted. We hunted for 4 days, ended up blowing a transmission up there, but that's another story. But it was hard that we went up to the Huff Creek Road, and my wife and I, after the hunt, we'd go about every 2 days, 3 days after work, and we'd go and look for deer. And we were seeing giant bucks on Huff Creek. We could see them at the end of the turnoff, where there's two turnoff, and we could see giant bucks just on the hillsides that we could have hunted. And we were seeing them even on that Friday of the last day of the hunt, giant bucks. So and I think the hardest part is I was told that we couldn't hunt that because they had a limit of how many deer they could kill on Huff Creek. The landowner put that limit in. The only problem is we saw an RK truck drive out with 2 hunters, about 5 at night, coming out there like on November 10th, a week after our hunt. So they were still hunting the property. So sour grapes on my part to complain about this. Honestly, if it wasn't for the Huff Creek thing, it was the best. I've been on a lot of CWM hunts. I'm 65. I've been on about 7 CWM hunts. This is the best one I've ever been on. But it's just irritating when it says all properties are open and they close that one canyon. So I apologize for Travis for being such a nitpicker, but I'm still not very happy about it. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Travis, representing the CWMU. Mike, can you please remember and start the clock? Thank you.
We appreciate your time, and we're sensitive to the time that goes into people drawing tags. And we've tried super hard on our CWMU to foster a relationship with the public. And we spent a great amount of time trying to develop friendships. And most of the people that come up, I engage personally. And we have an orientation, and I talk with them, and we present, the options for the ranch, where they can go. Not that they can't go anywhere, but they can. We give them access codes. And then we try to help them facilitate the best options for their hunts. Sometimes with some concerns that we have, if there was a limitation, we didn't intentionally limit somebody to be able to harvest or go after a certain caliber of animal. There would be no limitations if there are a number of people that want to go to the same area. Sometimes for safety and for the landowner's sake, we try not to have all 7 or 8 people congregated in the same area. But as far as limiting access, we don't do that. We don't present that way. And we want everyone to have great success. And again, hopefully you can recognize and see that our relationship is good. I have no malice, and I feel terrible that they felt like they were restricted based on anything that I said. And we want everybody to feel comfortable coming to our property and being able to feel like they have full access. We spend a great deal of time with the public when they're there, helping them find areas and harvest animals and actually quartering and packing them and helping them get out. But my apologies to, I don't even remember your last name, but
It's Andrew, but it's okay.
Andrew, my apologies for those feelings. I'm glad you had a great hunt, and we recognize your concern and certainly wouldn't want to perpetuate that in the future on our property. So.
I appreciate the summary. Does the committee have any questions for either party?
Travis, a question for you. Are you aware of the meeting we had 3 years ago with Daniel? Then when he came to this building?
I'm aware of most of them, but I can't recall everything that was.
Can I just tell you, we had this exact conversation 3 years ago? And it was about not giving people full access. And we just said, this is a huge problem and you got to fix it. Because if this complaint comes before us, we're probably going to go pretty harsh.
Okay.
Were you aware of that?
I was not.
One other question. This letter that I think you sent out to hunters, and you said it multiple times that you give full access.
Correct.
So why was Huff Creek shut down?
The Huff Creek wasn't necessarily shut down. We had multiple hunters in there, and so I felt like there was enough people around for safety and different things that.
Were they public hunters?
There were some public and some private.
Thank you.
So you say Huff Creek wasn't shut down?
No, sir.
Okay. Can I talk to you for a sec? What was your, Mr. Andrews?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Andrews, I have a question for you.
And if Mr. Andrews or other you'd like to use, we have 2 mics set up. You can use that one or that one too.
Okay.
Did you feel like Huff Creek was shut down to you?
You know, as I've explained to it, exactly what Travis said. He said, I'm just worried there's going to be a lot of hunters in there. And it could be a problem. So I really don't, I don't want, I don't think he said I'm shutting Huff Creek down.
Yeah.
He just says, I really don't want hunting Huff Creek.
Yeah.
The thing is we probably could have had access to it along the road without being seen, because once we cross the line, we're legal, we're in the property. But because I talked to him, I felt like I probably shouldn't jump a fence.
Well, I'm gonna say a quick comment here. I know it's question time, but I don't want you to feel bad at all for bringing this complaint forward, because this is the exact problem with the CWMU. The public views this as a huge problem. And so unless we can correct these problems, because the next guy that stands up there might not be as nice as you are. And that can cause us some big issues, and it can cause some big issues for the CWMU. So I appreciate that you brought this before.
And I didn't feel like, if I went there, he was going to arrest me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And give me a ticket or anything. He just, he preferred that we didn't hunt that property. And that's the property we really wanted to hunt. It's Ensign, it's just right there. And we know that country really well.
Yeah.
The only thing is the rest of their property is just as good. Or even better. We had tons of bucks. We saw 50 bucks in one day. If you want to go to a great CWMU, that's the one to go. You see a ton of deer.
Yeah.
And like I said, these guys bent over backwards, but we really wanted to hunt that property. And I did my best to talk myself into trying to get there, but they said that there were too many people. And they beat us to it, is kind of I felt like.
Okay. Thank you.
Hang on a second, Travis. most of us are pretty familiar with the Grass Valley CWMU. We know that it's a little bit of a little bit of a tiger by the tail. You got multiple property owners and you got a lot of challenges. So, but let me ask you a direct question.
Okay.
Do you have property owners that have limits on how many animals you can harvest on their piece?
No.
Okay, you can control that? Because we got the impression in talking to Daniel that you did have that problem.
And he does more of the negotiation with the landowners than I do. So I don't know what terms he sets with every person, with every parcel of property. I think there are 26 different landowners that work together for the CWMU. So logistically, he handles most of the coordination between the landowners, and then I run the operation. So some of that I'm not aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'll come up with something.
More questions, or do we have any discussion?
Well, it seems like that the CWMU operator's responsibility is to schedule hunts such that the public hunters should have access to the whole property. And that's a scheduling issue. And the temptation as an operator with paying clients on using private tags during, say, the last part of the season when there might be a rut or something going on would be to cherry pick certain areas. And that may be kind of what's not said here. So, I'm not one that likes to throw the book at things. I believe in incremental steps, but it does, especially if I understand things right, that Travis works for or with R&K, who apparently had a similar meeting like this a few years ago where similar concerns were raised that perhaps we should do something, but I would err on the side of less severity.
Chad, do we have minutes from the meeting when we talked with Daniel?
We weren't ever able to find those minutes. I reached out. I think Mike Wardle was the coordinator, and he wasn't able to reach him today. So, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me. I think the hunter has displayed some very good self-control in this situation, and I have a really hard time when Mr. Richens stood before us. The table was down there, and we were facing this way. I remember it very well, and he said he was told specifically that he could not tell the public hunters where they could go on the ranch and where they couldn't go on the ranch. That the ranch is open for the public hunter. He can tell his paying clients where they got to go, but a CWMU operator cannot tell the public they cannot hunt on a certain portion of the property. And so I feel like the hunter wasn't told you cannot do this, but he was told in a way, and he asked in a way, he was told in a way that he couldn't, but he asked in a way that he showed that he wanted to. And I have a big problem with that. And to me, it's more than a slap on the wrist. In fact, I'd like to see the CWMU rule rewritten in a way that we can penalize CWMUs by their permits, because this is a egregious offense. You don't save your best animals for your paying clients at the expense of the public hunter. So for me, I would be all in favor of some kind of a recommendation that gets that point across, because it wasn't put across to this CWMU 3 years ago when they were here before.
Could I say just one more thing? The essence of what makes the CWMU program viable is the allowance for the public to access private lands and enjoy the hunting experience. And that, I don't want to say it's sacrosanct, but it is a really important element. And we won't have a CWMU program in the long run if there isn't observance of that important value. So it's, you know, and as a CWMU president, sitting in these meetings, it's a great reminder that we all need to do better, or at least we need to do better. Not that we're doing poorly, but the public is sort of king, or ought to be in this sense, because it's that public is allowing the public to have a good time and to have an enjoyable experience that results in the program's longevity.
I agree with that, Chris. I also really compliment the complainant. But I say to Travis, how much better could it have been if he could have just gone to Puff Creek? Like, he would have been shouting how good you were off the rooftops. I mean, he's already complimentary, and he couldn't go to the one place he wanted to go. You know, and I think we missed a huge opportunity. I feel like I'm with Mike here, that this is egregious. 3 years ago is not that long ago. And Daniel should have communicated that with you, Travis. If he's not a part of the day-to-day operation, he should have, you know. I wish you were here, but yeah, we just, this feels like we can't have situations like this happening on CWMUs.
Doing something severe when you have, some 26 landowners, that get penalized, and I don't know what it means, if the probation versus suspension versus revocation. But the reason I err on the side of something like a probation is that hopefully it allows a chance to have follow-up to see if corrective measures have been implemented, and it doesn't penalize all those landowners who part of the CWMU program. Another important part of it is to promote landowner tolerance for wildlife on their private lands.
I think, Chris, to that point, when we had Daniel here, we straight out asked him, how do you solve this problem? Because he had landowners who would shut it down. And I know one of those landowners who said, hey, you can kill this many bucks on my property, but when that many bucks die, we got to shut it down. And I don't know if that's still happening, but so we asked him, well, Daniel, how do you solve it? And he didn't know. But does that mean you break it up into smaller CWMUs? Maybe some of these landowners get together and do different units. I don't know, and I don't know if there are landowners doing that anymore, Travis, but my hunch is they are. And if they are, do your own unit and you deal with your public hunter,
Is that there are no landowner restrictions. Maybe there were 3 years ago, but there shouldn't be. That when the landowners sign up for the CWMU, they're agreeing that their lands can be used by the public for the limited purposes stated therein.
And Joel has his hand up online.
Was the Grass Valley, I know that there's been talk that it was, this similar complaint was raised, 3 years ago, but it wasn't currently under suspension, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was it Grass Valley 3 years ago, or did they change their name over that 3-year period and just the same operator that's involved in this one.
Chad, can you verify that that was Grass Valley 3 years ago?
I don't know that I can, but Dave can. It's always been Grass Valley, right, Dave?
Dave? Thanks, Dave.
Can I
He
say
said
something?
yes.
I think too, it wasn't a complaint. It was just a matter of discussion that somehow came about, right?
It was how to
Kinda
find
like
out how to, it was how to find out how to kill cow elk on properties. And through that discussion, it was disclosed to the advisory committee that they weren't, they couldn't get the cow elk killed on smaller parcels that would be only deer CWMUs.
Yeah, Dave, do you have anything to add to that?
No, it's always been Grass Valley, Clark Canyon, CWMU.
Okay.
They've run a pretty good operation through the years.
Thank you.
How many acres are in that, Dave? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, Chris, I believe it's roughly 90,000 acres.
One more time.
I believe it's roughly 90,000 acres, 89,000 acres, something like that. It's the biggest CWMU I have.
Ken, I think Mr. Ferry still has something that he wanted to say.
I was just going to make a comment after that question. I mean, you know, I recognize that this has occurred. They weren't currently on probation. I'm inclined to agree with Chris on this one that, you know, there's a balance that has to be struck. We want private landowners because they do, you know, 90,000 acres. Think of the wildlife resource that exists there. And, you know, they can go the other way and not manage the land for the wildlife and do other things. And that has a huge impact on the public. But at the same time, they've got to play by the rules. And so I think one of the members, one of the panels, the members of the committee asked what's the difference between the suspension versus revocation versus probation. Maybe we could get clarification on that. But I think we want the operator to know that we're serious about this, but at the same time, you know, they do provide an important resource to the wildlife that exists there.
I think if that's a question for me, I think I can help clarify that. So if it's probation, we can recommend the terms of the probation, whether that be they fix X, Y, and Z, they report again in a year. If it's recommended, suspension and revocation would be a very similar thing. And that is, it would be recommending to the wildlife board that we pull the COR, then allows them to operate. And so that.
So it terminates the CWMU essentially.
It would essentially, that recommendation would essentially terminate the CWMU moving forward. And not meaning they couldn't reapply or they couldn't but that's what a recommendation like that would mean.
Okay.
So is there a distinction between suspension and revocation?
I don't think in my mind, there isn't. Chad, am I missing something? No. And again, that type of recommendation from the committee then would go to the board.
Right.
Yeah.
But, and did we err on the previous one by not identifying conditions, the satisfaction of which would result in the termination of the probation?
Dave, can you answer that?
I don't believe that there was anything, a suspension or revocation prior.
I don't believe there were also terms of a probation. There was just a recommendation. As I remember, there was a recommendation for him to fix this problem or that we would end up seeing him again.
I was referring to the Buckhorn, where we didn't put conditions on the probation that we recommended there as to what needed to be corrected and when it would be reviewed, and then what would result if they succeeded in those conditions.
The conditions weren't in the motion, but we did state to them after what we expected them, and we expected them to report back. Preferably moving forward, it would be nice if the conditions were in the motion of.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm not in favor of suspending or revoking this CWMU. I think that would be too draconian.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I agree with Representative Ferry on that. What I said before wasn't in favor of suspending or revoking or doing away with that CWMU, but it's got to be more than just a probation, and we don't have that tool in our toolbox. And so since we don't, I think we're going to probably end up on a probationary type of a recommendation, in my opinion. But I would like to see it as a longer probation than just 1 year. I mean, a 3-year probation. Like if this happens again in 3 years, then then that's going to be a serious.
I would agree with that. I think that something longer term that way would make sense, and then it shows that, hey, look, we're taking these steps and we want corrective action taken. Because it seems, boy, it's strange. You go from light probation to 100%. There's not really much middle ground here. So maybe we can do a pretty tough probation on them and come up with a good balance that they know we're serious, but we get the result we need.
And if they're serious about correcting it, then they'll never see us again. The public will be able to hunt wherever they want, and we won't have that complaint again.
Just for the rest of the committee, in 37-14 under violations, if you want to know some of the things that, what my opinion is what we can do, we can't say, yes, we're revoking your COR, but we can recommend to the Wildlife Board to do the things that are in the rule right here, which are refuse to reissue the COR, revoke, restrict, place on probation, change permit allocations, or otherwise act upon the COR. So we can make a recommendation along those lines that is modified something different, or we can put them on. I think we should always be putting them on probation if there is a problem that needs to be fixed, because that brings them back the next year and we can analyze it. But along with your motions, there's no reason that you can't say other things to recommend to the Wildlife Board and then let them take it up and figure out what they're going to do.
How many deer tags did they have last year?
14 public.
14 public, is correct.
How many total?
92, 93, somewhere in there.
92, 93. So Chad, do we have to recommend, if we recommended a different permit split, would it have to come from the table that the DWR has? Would we have to go to like 85-15? Or could we go to like the penalization of like one of their private permits back to a public hunter?
I think it would be safer to go with those splits that are listed in rule.
Okay. Because that too.
So for me, what makes this hard is I remember being here 3 years ago, having the discussion. So we're back more formally this time. So while I agree this is egregious, I'm not sure I could get behind messing with permit allocations at this point. I think simply putting them on notice, basically, if they don't get this fixed, and I would, if when we get to a motion, I would suggest that this has to be written in writing, like we can actually see how they're going to deal with this permit issue of landowners, so that going forward, we're confident this is resolved. But I think we can hold them accountable without changing tag allocations.
Just so you know where I'm at, I agree with Eric to a degree there. I think, we have talked about this issue and we're all assuming that it does happen on this same ranch, but it is the first complaint. And I can tell you if the complaint came again, I can tell you what I'd be voting, and it wouldn't be a probation or it wouldn't be dancing around the issue anymore.
Don't you feel, though, those of us that were here, we did put them on notice? I mean, I felt like we told them, if this happens, it's going to be bad. Like, I don't think it hasn't happened, but 3 years ago, we told them, if this does happen, And I don't want to suspend or revoke. This is a great CWMU. And there are a lot of people to deal with, Travis, and I give you kudos for what you do. But I would not be opposed to a split for a year. Hey, we're going to give you more public hunters and we're going to see how you treat them, you know? I don't know how many that would equate to, but I don't know if that's the worst penalty to give a little teeth, because I think we give probation and, I think this changes and it hits the pocketbook maybe a little bit, right? Tags change. It hurts a little. But I think that it maybe makes a point as well.
What's the current split, Dave? Is it 90-10?
Yes, that's correct, 90-10.
And a total of how many bucks did you say?
I think they got 92 private tags and 14 public hunters.
And 14. And so what kind of a split would you maybe be suggesting? What kind of an adjustment to that split for more public would you suggest this year?
I think 85-15. I don't know how that would affect the numbers. I mean, I'm with Mike. Get one or two more might, that makes a difference too. I don't know how that would affect it. I'm not saying let's go 70-30, but 85-15 maybe.
Can I jump in since I stood up here and forced myself in anyway? So when I said that, do the splits, I think we can do that, but I think you could also just say X amount of random tags. So if you're like, we'll give them 3 more public tags, I think you could do something like that. Where I'd maybe be a little more uncomfortable is if you're like an 87-13 or a 50-50 split or something that's, you know what I mean? But if it's not necessarily talking splits, but we're just saying, let's add a few extra public tags, I think you could just pick a number. And I hope I'm right. And I do have, they had 126 private vouchers, 14 public for deer. And it's 56,000 acres. For deer, and then you throw another 100 elk tags, 90 and 10, 50 antlerless tags, and 9 moose tags. They're busy.
I mean, as we discuss, it's just a discussion. I mean, if we could move one of their private tags, I mean, one tag that shows some kind of teeth without chewing on the bone.
Yeah, I agree. The 85, that would be 7 tags would switch. You'd go you'd have 7 more public hunters and 7 less private. So I'm more of that 1 or 2 more public tags taken out of the pot. And I just, for a year, right? If there's no more complaint, that's my feeling.
A lot of discussion on this one. How's the committee feeling? Are we ready for a motion? Or is there still more that we feel like we need to work through?
We're kind of paving new ground here. If we are making a motion, is this a motion recommending the Wildlife Board do this? Or are we making a motion to do this?
Yeah, so it's an independent motion. The way this works is very similar to how we have a variance come before the CWMU Advisory Committee. And the way it works is that the advisory committee makes a recommendation to the Wildlife Board, and then the division can also make a recommendation to the Wildlife Board, which may align or may not align with the recommendation that the advisory committee made. But that's what it would be, Greg, it would be a motion from the advisory committee to the Wildlife Board. And then it would be presented by Chad during the recommendations process.
I'm a little bit the other way on this one. I'm just doing some math over here. They've had roughly 1,000 plus or minus tags in the last 3 years. They were warned to get it together 3 years ago, but there wasn't a complaint filed. Am I correct? This was just a discussion about cow elk, and it led into a possibility of a conflict. So there was no reprimand 3 years ago, and in 1,000+ permits on a CWMU and many hunters as they've dealt with, to have one small, I mean, these guys are hugging it out over here. I don't mean to make light of this, but and I don't, mean to suggest that it's not important, but I think that impacting by one tag financially is a pretty stiff penalty for the violation myself. So just wanted to share that.
And I agree with that. At the same time, the operator admitted that they had been doing that for many years. So that comes into play for me.
Chad, have they had any other complaints? Grass Valley? It seems like I can recall maybe one or two.
Yeah, there was one, was it 2018? And I don't remember. I looked at through minutes and I saw that there was one complaint.
So I have it on my computer. It was unrelated to this. I think it was I sent you the email on it. I think it was 2017 or 2018. So it's been
2014.
Yeah, it was unrelated. I know that. I can't remember the specifics of it.
All right. If we're quiet, I think it's time. So
I'll make a motion and see how it goes. I move that we put Grass Valley CWMU, that we recommend to the Wildlife Board and the Director that the Grass Valley CWMU is placed on probation for 3 years concerning the restrictions they have placed on their public hunters, and that for 1 year within the 3-year probationary period, that they trade one private tag and make it public. And that's my motion. And the reason why I say that is that gives them a 3-year window to work around any, any guided hunts they already have planned, so it doesn't become too burdensome on them. And it's a,
Is that one tag per year or just one tag in the first year?
just one tag in the 3 years. And the reason why is I don't want to make them give up a tag right now if they've already sold that hunt. But maybe in 2 or 3 years down, year 2 or year 3, they haven't sold all their hunts and they might have an extra tag lying around to make it right.
Can I chime in on that? I'm just thinking logistically, because like Covy was saying, I'd have to make that recommendation to the board and they would have to accept it. So what is the thought timing wise? Like just ask them, like, do you want to shoot for this in 3 years?
Well, when did they renew their core?
2 years ago is when most of them did it. So do you know, Travis? I would think it was 2 years ago when everybody else did.
So they're in their 3rd year.
Or do you know, Dave?
I believe they're new. This 2022 will be their first year into the program.
Okay.
So that would overlap their COR for
Correct.
those 3 years. So,
Mike, could I suggest something? 126 private tags per year, not to take away from the marketing prowess of the RNK juggernaut, but my recommendation would be, your motion be that the tag be out of the first year, that it be this year, so there's clarity that Chad can then recommend to the director and the wildlife board, and there's certainty. And I don't, as one who's been around these CWMs for a while, I would think they could adapt out of 126 deer tags.
I I would think so too. I don't know if that gives the division enough time to implement that because we already passed those permit numbers in the fall rack.
It doesn't give us enough time because the draw is open now.
Yeah.
And so this would have to be the 2023 season.
Okay.
Then that would be the default that I'd go to.
Well,
Are you going to require them across that 3-year period to be here every year to report, or can we just have Chad, bring the numbers in to show that there's been no complaints? How would we?
on that one, I mean, I don't think they'd have to come every year for 3 years. It's just that if it happens within 3 years, it's going to be probably more detrimental. So Chris, was that a motion that you made? Oh, darn.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table made by Mike. Let's clarify that motion really quickly and make sure that Alicia gets it.
So the motion would be that we recommend to the Wildlife Board and the Director's Office that Grass Valley CWMU be placed on probation for 3 years, and that they give up one of their private tags and convert it to a public tag in the year 2023. And that if after those 3 years, well, no, I'm going to end there.
Just as a clarifying point on the motion for Alicia and the division, what would be the terms of the probation?
The terms of the probation would be to allow the public hunters access to the full ranch. Full CWMU.
Monitored by no complaints.
Monitored by no complaints. I like that.
Okay.
I think we should add to that. I think we should see a plan in writing next year to make sure this doesn't happen again. Because the reality is unless we haven't heard about it, but it hasn't happened before, and it's kind of gone under the radar. So odds are, statistically, we wouldn't hear about it again in 3 years. So I think we need something more specific in that they come back next year and tell us how that won't happen again to make sure that they've resolved it.
That's a friendly amendment.
Could I suggest maybe that you mentioned that the motion doesn't require an annual appearance before us, but perhaps it could require that they certify the steps they've taken annually in writing, that they provide a written certification that they, that they have allowed access for their public hunters to the whole of the CWMU or something, so that there is a little returning and reporting, even though it may not be an appearance. We may not have time enough meetings like this to go on till midnight.
Can I just ask Travis one question? Is that all right, Covy? No, we're past that.
It's okay, but we'll allow it. But at this point, after this, we need to get some clarification on the motion and finalize that.
Do you guys give public hunters in their packet or whatever you send them, does it tell them they have full access?
Yes.
Okay, so I was just going to make that
Okay.
no reason to if they haven't.
Okay, so we have Mike's motion, which I'm going to summarize for Alicia really quickly. So the motion is to ask the Wildlife Board during the 2023 hunting season for the Grass Valley CWMU to convert one of the tags, one of the private vouchers, to a public draw permit at the Wildlife Board and the director. And as terms of the probation, then you accepted Chris's friendly amendment, which is to certify in writing or allow us, the CWMU Advisory Committee in writing notification of the steps taken to assure that the public hunters on the ranch have access to the entire ranch and are not closed or locked out of any of the properties. How close did I get? Yes. Okay, so Mike's motion and Chris is the second. Okay, with that, we'll take a vote on the motion. Yeas. So 7 in favor, any opposed? Mike is opposed. Okay, Mike, would you like to give us the rationale there?
I think anybody that runs that many hunters, and I'm not, again, making light of this gentleman not being able to hunt that portion of the ranch, it appears more to me, and I read into it as a misunderstanding. Travis states that it was a safety issue, and it was a concern for everybody's safety, and if he was, made that call, that's his job to make that call, and for me, I think taking a tag and changing that is probably a little too stiff, so.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify a portion of the rule here, so that everybody understands, and that is that on a CWMU, if you have open areas, you cannot restrict any public hunter from any of those open areas at any point. Now, there is the possibility on a CWMU of having a closed area, and that is stated when they apply, and that area is closed to both public and private hunters. So an example may be around a cabin or an area where it's not deemed safe to hunt. CWMU may say, we don't hunt this specific area. And what that means is that nobody's allowed to hunt there. Also, just again, a point of clarification so everybody understands, is that you may restrict your private voucher, your private hunters to the areas you want them to hunt. This only applies to the public hunters. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. And with that, we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, next one on the list is Royal Ivory. The complaint here was posting public land and accessible land along with knocking over trees or blocking road access. The complainant state that this has happened for a few years. This year when it was called, our officer Mike Kinghorn went up there, and I guess the Ferns responded to that and saw that they'd hired an 18-year-old boy to go and do it, and he saw some chipped off paint, so painted the wrong spot. Yeah.
Okay, and it looks like the complainant is Mr. Caldwell. Okay, you have 10 minutes. You can divide it between you as you see fit. Okay.
Advances your slides, so this green button, just press it and it'll move forward. If you need to go back, I read.
Okay. I appreciate you coming, but my concern is
just making sure before we get started that we start the clock and then we'll go. Sure. Thank you. And it's probably not going to show, but it'll be running. Thank you.
Okay, my name's Kerry Stoffer, and like they were just saying, Chad put up here, it's only been going for the last couple of years, and I don't know who they sent out to paint it, but it's been longer than that, and I'm going to say since 2013 that we've been doing this. My question is, it's on parcel number 33, Summit County number SS2176, and it was deeded over to the United States government here back in March 26, 2012. And the reason why I say this is we go up in this area, and I'm concerned with the markings on the area right here that keep changing every year, and along with the boundaries of the CMWU that we'll get to. That is the parcel from Summit County, just a photograph of it. And making it over to the maps, and it still relays up to that area right there too. Correspondence is that's just a listing of it. But as you go up there, I personally have walked every inch of the boundary from the southeast corner to the northwest corner of the boundary on the west side of parcel 33. In accordance with marking of the property, there is not one marking near these survey points where it says it's a CMWU unit. And I'll show you where they've posted the CMWU units way inside the public property. You can see the magenta area that's slashed. That is actually the CMWU unit for, I think it's deer and moose. And the parcel I'm looking at right there, you can see my pencil or the pen, that is the point of the parcel 33, that the area that we were in. And you can see a little bit more over here, and you can see the little dot, that's going to correspond with my GPS reading on Onyx map of the route we taken, where they have the sign posted, the Ivory sign here. That's the posting of the sign on parcel 33 there. And the same thing over here, you can see the darker area here, that is a CMW unit boundary. And it's been this way since 2013, and it keeps changing every year. So when we go up there, we do not know actually where the line is. And I've ran into security police up there that we've talked about the property lines. I've ran into actual guides that have been up there and talked to them about that. They keep saying you're on private property. Look at your map. I pull my map out here, which is right here, and I've been carrying this thing around for 8 years, marking everything on it. This is my track. The day I ran into one of the outfitters up there, or the guides for Ivory, and I'm not going to say anything. I've tried to talk to the landowner from Painter Company. I've contacted the Forest Service in the Evanston branch. I've talked with the Forest Service there at Bear Service. I even took one of the guys up with me that saw all the trees now were cut down, blocking the Fire Road 300, I think it's what it is, going up into there. It changes every year. So they'll go up there, and I worked with the Division of Wildlife, Jeremy Wilcox. He was down in the St. George area, and he was assigned this northern area. He says, we'll go up there and get it cleaned up there, which I think in 2017, they did clean up some things, and I do have just pictures of that stuff, of the way they were marking everything on the boundary there that I can show you. But then I've also talked with Howard Galo with land management in out of South Jordan, and Rick Schuler out of the Evanston office. So everyone keeps guiding me into a direction on who to talk to and what to do about this. But every time, like I say, we go up there, and I granted they've got their unit, they have their boundaries. But me being a public hunter, I do not know from one year to the next year how far it's going to keep moving to the southeast, the boundary line. If it keeps changing, and I can show you the pictures here that I have, that we'll pass down along the line. But I don't know what I need to do anymore as a public hunter besides trying to make contact with people. Okay, if they have an 18-year-old boy, 20-year-old boy, 30-year-old, whoever goes out there and does it, if I can go out there and find the survey marker points that they've got pictures that are way inside of that, it shouldn't be so hard for them to mark this point here and mark that point there. I mean, give or take 100 feet, one other, but not 400 or 500 feet, and it keeps intruding on our public land. So that's my discussion here, is what can we do about this on, giving it so I have access freely, and I'm not going to be threatened, which I wished I had the card. My son 2 years ago ran into one of this to claim to be a security guard for Royal Ivory up on the northern road. And he actually gave him his card, but I'm sorry, I lost it. But he told my son and my grandson, do not go into the private property because they've been known to shoot over you, take pot shots. My son to this day, my grandson, just about hate to go hunting because of that situation. I've been hunting up there since I was 17, 18 years old. I'm over 60 now, so I've been up there for over 40 years. And that's the first time I've ever heard, somebody's just going to take shots, especially as kids. So I had a confrontation with one of the outfitters up there that was giving his, I apologize, I can't remember if it was somebody that's going to be a youth hunt, go up for a youth hunt. And we stood right there by that sign. that's in that red dot right there, and they try to tell me that we're on private property. And I keep trying to show him the map. I try to show him on the X map, everything I have right here. We were not on public property. I says, I'll be more than willing to walk you down to the property line. I mean, I've been there several times. And so it's just for what we need to do as a public. Now, Craig, do you have anything else? I know Craig was up there a lot more this last year than I was, but it changed on situations and pictures he's had. So while he's showing you his pictures, I'll pass my pictures down along the table there.
Perfect. Just as a notification before we start talking, Mike, how much time have we got? Okay, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
So I apologize. My phone won't allow me to upload anything or send anything off to Chad and that, so you don't have anything. But I have pictures from this year where actually the Royal Ivory Outfitter is now an elk also, which that picture didn't show. So they're posting it, but they posted it down, like say where he's got, I have GPS coordinates, GPS right here with me, that they went in, they cut down branches on the trees, painted them, they come back in off of their property, and they drove in off their property all the way down in because they've blocked the road off below that. Then they took a chainsaw to the tree to try to remove the markings on the lower part, but the upper part's still posted and painted, still off the property line. I'd like to just see them post their property lines. We'll honor them. We hunt with GPSs, so we know where we're at. We won't go close enough to the boundary where we can be tempted to shoot them. The numbers of elk up there over the last 2-3 years, 0. I don't know what they're doing, but they're getting them scared far enough on their property that they're not there. I have pictures of multiple bulls in prior years with trail cameras, and they're not there now. I got sheep that are there for more than 2 weeks at a time just prior to the hunt, instead of being off the property. I just, let the public hunt the public land and stay far enough in your own boundaries to hunt the land or the elk and the animals you got. That's all I have.
Thank you. And that's about right at time, too. Do we have a representative from Royal RV Outfitters here? Thank you. Go to the mic. Thank you.
We good?
Yep, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so on the boundary that he's talking about, which there are some trees that's been cut down across the roads. We've cut some trees down across in the past because people are driving up into us, coming back down there. There's a main trail over here. Can I walk over to your map or his map real fast? Can I use your map?
Sure, yeah. Oh,
Just remember that when you talk, you have to talk. You have to talk into the mic.
Please take the microphone with you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So the road in general comes up through here, comes into us, goes into another piece of forest up here. So a lot of people are driving this road going straight through us, through another landowner into forests again. And then they come down. The no trespassing sign that's over here, Kinghorn talked to me about it. I went straight up, I took it down, and it's not an 18-year-old kid. I don't know where that come from. It was one of my guides, one of my buddies that I've known for forever. Him and his wife went for a day ride and ended up putting a no trespassing sign next to trees where there's an old cable gate. It used to be 2 steel posts coming out of the ground that somebody put there back, I don't know, a long time ago. So he always thought that was the boundary. So I've had to where he's talking we pulled out 2 sections out of our CWMU. There is no roads. Well, you can see the roads there, but there's no access for us to get down there unless we go to the far right corner to get down in there. They're all old logging roads that people are just riding their 4-wheelers in, just making it a complete mess. The trees used to be, 3-4 foot tall. And now that everybody's getting these side-by-sides and 4-wheelers, they're just riding up in there. So yeah, I do cut the trees across the road, try and block people from coming into our property. And there is no, on our property line, it's steep, there's trees, there's just a whole lot of you gotta walk it.
One of the other things that we've had happen up there is we've had all of these people come in and create these roads. There's probably 2 or 3 roads a year new up there. And as they come down or go up through these places, we don't see them until they come onto our main road up above. And we've had the game and fish up there watching that area. I don't know what else to do to try to keep them out. The young man that went down there and posted that, what we've been doing is we'll take the guides and their kids and everything else, and we'll go up there and we'll leapfrog. Most of the time it's on a state line fence or another boundary that's got a fence, and it works really well because we'll paint one, they'll jump around us, they'll paint another one, we'll jump around them. And the state line is, we put a fence up there last year, a brand new fence. And if you want to talk about confusion, I probably made 10 acres of ground off of that fence. It was off 40 yards on the eastern boundary. It was off 160 or 260 feet on the other boundary. And that's in 1 mile. That's how far it was off. That's the state line. So yeah, there's some confusion up there, and the state don't even know where the state line is, I don't believe.
Oh, okay, anything else, or both parties ready for questions?
We're not trying to keep the public from hunting that area. We don't do nothing up there to try and keep the elk out. We don't go in there guns a-blazing.
We haven't shot anybody.
We hardly ever even hunt to that far on our property.
There was some confusion up there when we first started on the CWMU. We have a neighbor up there by the name of Carl Larson. He's a sheep man. That had been his sheep that these guys have been running through. He's got private property there also.
And he has a forest lease.
When we started that CWMU, there's one section that's an undivided half. So Carl's got half of it, we got half of it. Nobody's ever figured out how to divide it. So when we started CWMU, we said, all right, you graze it, we'll hunt it. And that's how we worked out that undivided half. Well, there comes some confusion again because, Royal Ivory don't own that half of a section. They don't own the whole section. So what we did was we looked at the game and fish and said, okay, we'll take that out of CWMU. we'll do whatever we can here. But we have a major problem up there, and we've dealt with the game and fish, and it's still a major problem right now. State of Utah goes up there and they have some towers on Mount Elizabeth. Well, they forgot to pay me for about 5 years for these towers. They take a track hoe, or not, it was a track hoe. They took a track hoe up there, started doing work up there, and I said, you guys forgot to pay me, you got to cease and desist until we get this taken care of. So we sat down with the state. They paid us 5 years in arrears, and we got a new contract out of it. They went in the other day with a snowcat. There isn't a piece of snow left up there that ain't got a snow machine track on it. That's how many people are up there. And that's all on private property. It's not on Forest Service. That's on private. You got anything else?
I'm good.
Thank you. Okay, questions from the committee?
At the risk of saying too much, I looked through the packet of information that somebody circulated, maybe Mr. Caldwell, and one interesting thing, there was in the PowerPoint this warranty deed recorded March 29, 2012, and I was thinking, who would have been giving the Forest Service deeded land? And then I see the deed, it's from Anadarko, and for many years, the railroad land grant, the Union Pacific Resources, Anadarko, all successors had a lot of land in this North Slope area, in the West Fork, the Blacks Fork, and in this part of the Uintas. And there was a transaction at this time. And so it may have, prior to this date in 2012, that would have been private land owned by Anadarko out of Houston. Whether or not it was included in a CWMU as such, that's probably wasn't. But it seems like that, and I don't understand, is it the painters? Are you painters? I don't understand a lot of what was said. I mean, I think about cutting trees and marking trees. I know Chad has talked to me on our CWMU about, we had an issue similar to this we're still trying to resolve, where we may have a notification on one of our CWMUs on forest land that is a quarter mile away from our actual boundary. And that sounds like what's going on here, where, and when you say the complainant has said that the boundary keeps moving, I don't know what's going on there, but it seems like the CWMU boundary ought to be fixed on the edge of the private land and not including public land as much as that, and I'm saying I may be guilty of that. Chad brought it up to me in another area, not in this county. I do know a lot about this county because that's where I live. But I think that the question, the real issue is the operator marking the boundary in the right place or not? And all this other stuff is superfluous.
All right, well said. Can I take over for a minute? I'm going to approach the map. I'll give you a chance to speak. How's that sound? In my real life, I'm a professional land surveyor, and so I'm going to ask you a couple questions here. Yeah, I'm going to ask you some here in a second. Is that all right, guys? Is that okay? Can I take over for a minute here? You showed some section corners in your photography. Where did you find those? Which ones? So you had the southwest, the northwest. Did you find the north quarter corner too?
No, I just didn't take a picture.
No, this one right there.
Oh, this one, that's where, that one right there? No, I did not.
Where'd that pin come from, northeast corner of parcel?
I think it's when I was just going in on the map.
So were these were desktop?
Make sure, grab another mic and make sure that as you're asked questions that you answer into the mic, please.
So this was
sorry,
a
Matt.
desktop exercise, meaning you picked those things from a map, or is that your GPS coordinate when you found
These
it?
are my GPS coordinates.
They are your GPS
I
coordinates?
plugged in, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so folks, I can answer a couple questions for you. Is that line ambiguous? It is not. They have those section corners. They know where they are. If there's a fence off, that's one thing. But it is not ambiguous where the line is because the section corners are there. You found them, a lay person that is, I assume, not a surveyor?
Yes.
You found them easily, okay? I can go out there with any kind of my GPS equipment and I can get a straight line between those two and tell you exactly where it is.
Yes.
So there's a lot of discussion that's been going on that's kind of irrelevant to the matter. But is the line ambiguous? It's not. Maybe there's been a fence off. Those section corners were also fairly old. So a surveyor has known where this line is for a while, and it could be reestablished, and it could be marked pretty easily. So talk to me more in depth. Let's get to the root of the matter. Where exactly have you found CWMU posted signs?
Okay, this is the Northern Road area that he's talking about. It goes right there.
Okay.
And right down there is where the sign is that I provided the picture of.
All right. What is that?
That's where my game cameras are that we put up there, and this is where I talked.
That's that sign. Okay, so there's a CWMU sign, right? Was there a CWMU sign there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also said that trees were getting cut down where?
Along this Fire Road 300, going up through here, up to where he was talking about, where there used to be an old gate, pillar sitting there with the cables going across. That's been removed a couple years ago.
Okay.
But that's up to about where that's cut off. So
All right.
ATVs go around it.
I got it. Okay. And then you said that these postings have changed over time. Year after year, they change. Where have they changed and where else have you seen them?
About 2013, 2014, going through all this stuff here, 2015, the sign started moving from up at this one major corner up to, and I remember 2017, was up here correctly up on their northern boundary, posted properly. Last year's a little bit different, and this was a couple years before. I think last year, I didn't go up there that last year, so Craig will have to talk about that.
This was posted last year.
Yes.
That's when you first found it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then we have postings that are from that. There's a road that comes across here, then goes up in the center of their, I'm not showing a map there, but it goes through a big valley, open area. Them two trees right there are in the Forest Service. 300 yards in is where this mark is. So this whole area right here, you should be able to go into and hunt up along this line, but they got posted signs along this road right here.
All right.
Pictures.
Thank you. That's all I need. So you've got something like a mile between these corners, a half mile between these corners. That gives all of us an idea of how far off these postings are, right? We're a half mile to there, so it's not quite a quarter mile, but here again, it's posted off quite a distance.
Is that section 33?
Yeah.
And is the CWMU on the west and the north?
CWMU is the dashed areas up in here.
I can't see from that distance. Is it, so it's to the left and to the top?
It's north and west of the government property
and,
now.
Yeah, so this deed conveyed all of section 33 and 3 north and 11 east to the federal government. So that's all federal land.
Yeah.
And the CWMU boundary should not be posted out there in the federal land.
Right. So let me talk to the CWMU guys for a second. If one of you can jump up to the mic for a second. Okay, so this has been going on for a long time, and these are not posted even close to the line. That's just somebody throwing stuff out into the forest trying to restrict access up in there. I understand your challenges with trespassers, but that's not even something we're going to talk about tonight. It sucks. That's one of the problems with running a CWMU. We don't even want to talk about it because it's not the problem. The problem is you as the CWMU have to post your line accurately, have to maintain it. You should get somebody out there patrolling it. But you also stated that you did cut trees down up and along that road so that you could restrict the ability for people to come and trespass your property. You can't do that. You can't post off of that line. This has been going on for a long time, and you're not addressing the problem at the level that it needs to be addressed. You're well aware of it, and you keep causing the problem. So I think I fully understand the issue. I didn't really completely
I
understand it until I walked up there and walked around and looked at it there. But how long have you guys operated the CWMU?
I just took over to run the CWMU as of 2 years ago.
You took it over from
him. So
okay, and how long have you had the
before that,
CWMU?
We've been in CWMU, I believe this is our 6th year.
Yeah. Okay. So, here again, these folks are not young at this. They've been operating this thing for a while, and this is a problem that, my goodness, if I was running the CWMU, my whole focus would be right there because this is a major problem, made a major point of contention. And instead of owning the problem, we've got signs getting posted almost a quarter mile off and trees getting cut down as recently as a year ago. So, all right, I think I understand.
The trees that I do cut down are on the line.
Yeah.
The rest of the trees getting cut down, they are not me. I have no idea what is going on there. I cut my trees on the line.
You were not cutting trees down on the road?
No, I'm cutting trees down on my line.
Okay.
Quick question. So if you're cutting trees down on your line, why aren't you posting on your line?
They are. Okay. There are so many people in here. There are so many four-wheelers. I can go up there 2 weeks later and the trees are cut down and my signs are gone. Seriously, the trees will be, we use paint now. My CWMU signs are gone within 3 to 4 days mostly of putting them up there.
We totally understand. It happens on a lot of CWMUs. It's very frustrating. But that doesn't answer the question why we're posted a quarter mile off the line there.
And some of them signs, as he showed you a picture of, is deer and moose. All the new signs are deer and elk. So all the new signs have been posted up high. I'm still chasing signs from when he was running CWMU as an operator and an owner. I'm still chasing signs from a Forest Service guy that he hired to go put signs up. I'm still chasing them. And every time I get a GPS coordinates, I go deal with it as soon as I get it.
Okay, thank you.
So could you state, you two with the painters, could you state your names? I don't think I ever heard your names.
My name's Harley Fern.
Brad Fern.
Thank you. And so, Harley, on these other signs you're saying have existed for a long time, it seems like what ought to happen is any signs not on your boundary should be your responsibility to gather up.
Right,
and so that that it's clear where the CWMU starts and stops. Having been in this area for a long time, not as long as you all, but I know this ground fairly well. For the many years, over 100 years that it was owned by the railroad or one of its successors, it was a free-for-all. It was not federal land. You did whatever you wanted. It was absentee owner out of Houston. And there was, so now that it's public land, it's going to take a while for both the Forest Service to regulate it the way they would land that they've had since early 1900s. And of course, the public, some of it may know the history and may just treat it like it's public, like it's private land, some of the public citizens. But I would think that you need to control your border or mark your border. If you need to control it, I see no reason why that I know of, you can't cut trees along your boundary or build a fence or create other legal barriers, but you can't have signs out on the public land that would lead the public to believe that some of the public land is in the CWMU.
Right,
and so Well, I don't know what we do about that, but that's a problem.
And I correct it every time I get a GPS coordinates from somebody. I have no idea where these signs are. I couldn't tell you. I'm tracking a ghost down because we let somebody else put some signs up for us.
So, well, I can appreciate that, as the operator, that's where the buck stops. So, that's something you'll have to work out. The other question I have is they mentioned that they'd run into, sounded like more than once, they'd run into either guides and or security that were off your boundary. So how have you communicated to your guides, to your security personnel that this property is Forest Service? Because it sounds like even among your folks, there may be some ambiguity as to what you actually have in the CWMU and what's out of the CWMU.
So the one instance that I know he's talking about with one of my guides tracked him all the way up into our property, come back down, had pictures of footprints, everything else like that, and confronted him off of private property. Other than that, I don't have any idea if they've run into each other before. I've just been told there ain't nothing I could do. We didn't catch him on the property. So we haven't.
So if your guide could confirm, though, that it was him on the property, is that not prosecutable if he saw him on the property?
I never did. My guide.
But if the guide saw him on the property, could you not file a complaint with DWR if he was able to identify him?
We did not pursue it because we was not properly marked at that time. The one road that they come up, we didn't have it marked.
So I find it interesting that today this evening, we've had two issues that largely arise from improperly posted CWMU. And it seems like this is going to become more and more of a problem because everybody, including me, has Onyx or some. So to me, this is something that needs to be tamped down pretty quick because no longer are these lines ambiguous because people can see on their phones exactly where they're at. So I think this is pretty concerning because, again, the public perception is that this activity that's being claimed here on your, as part of your CWMU is a complaint I hear often from people that have concerns about the CWMU program as a whole, that there's land being posted that's not part of the CWMU. So to me, this is a pretty concerning issue.
The reason I brought up that deal with the state of Utah is because Harley and I have discussed since then that we're going to earmark that money to go to surveying this piece of property.
That'd be great. And I just want you to know that you're probably feeling like we're coming down hard on you. And it is definitely an issue, but it's also a protection for yourself. Because if one of your hunters shoots an elk outside of the CWMU, then it's poaching, and your guide and your hunter can both be held responsible for that. And so it's a bigger issue than it's not just a one-sided issue, it's a two-sided issue to have it properly marked.
Right. So. I totally agree.
And that goes two ways. If I go on their property with a gun, I am criminal trespass. I lose my privileges for 5 years. That's why I hunt with a GPS. That's why I try to stay off of a CWMU, because I do not have a permit to hunt a CWMU. It's totally different than a public permit.
And we appreciate that. We're just going to remind everybody, though, that we're out of free discussion. And if this is questions from the committee.
Is it okay if I make a motion?
Before we do that, is there any discussion that the committee wants to have? Sorry, Tim. And if not, then sure. Good?
Yeah.
We're discussed out. Okay. Thank you.
Can I make a motion we put Royal Ivory on 1-year probation or go to the wildlife board and the director to properly post this boundary? Obviously, you've talked about getting a survey, but post the boundary and keep it maintained. Come back for I'd say for 1 year. Report back next year.
Can I add one thing? That they also make a concerted effort, and it sounds like they have, but I think the other part of that needs to be that they make sure that they remove all signs and paint from previous erroneous postings.
Yeah, I agree with that. Motion.
Okay, so just restating the motion. The motion is to ask Royal Ivory to properly post the boundary in question on the property line between the public ground and the private ground, and to make every effort to remove any of the signs or postings currently on the public ground, and to return a report in 1 year. Is that correct, Tim?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Let's take a vote. Those in favor? Seven in favor, and I can't see online, Mr. Ferry. We've got up a map. Seven in favor, and we'll get back with Mr. Ferry. And motion passes regardless. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll take a quick 10-minute break and come back and review the last ones. Okay, thanks everybody for this, the small break. We'll now call the CWMU Advisory Committee meeting back to order, starting with the introduction of the complaint on the East Fork of the Chalk Creek. And Chad, could you please give us that introduction?
Yeah, so East Fork of the Chalk Creek came in from a hunter that his wife drew the tag. He had a private tag. He says when he went up for, I think it was the orientation meeting, that he was verbally assaulted by one of the patrolmen up there, to the point where his wife no longer wants to hunt again because of the experience that she had. The hunter had hunted that CWMU previously as a private hunter, so he'd been up there for a couple years. He claims they were kept from certain areas. He's seen wasted animals on the property, that they've encouraged people to shoot bears and cougars illegally, asked people to not take pictures of where the animals were harvested if it's property that's not in the CWMU. Yeah, and so that's what it is, and the complainant may fill in a few extra things.
Okay, is Ryan here tonight? Okay, thank you.
Let me just throw in too, this wasn't from this past hunting year, it was 2 hunting years ago. This complaint came in right after our advisory committee last year, and so we just postponed it to this year.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, Ryan, you have the floor, 10 minutes. Don't forget to turn on the mic. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Chris asked if you could state your names.
Ryan Milligan, Logan, Utah. Just to give you a little back history on this, like he had said, I had hunted this property prior to my wife. The wife was kind of the final straw with these individuals. I was complacent with it for quite some time because, one, I was benefiting from it. I enjoyed the hunting. I was very appreciative of the permits. To this day, I still am. The first year that I hunted up there, everything went what I would say ideal. I mean, everyone was friendly, you name it. I didn't understand necessarily I didn't understand CWMUs as a whole, but other than, I went up there, the first incident that I was involved in is, so the night before the hunt, I was allowed access to the property without anyone else knowing, and they were paid monetary value to do that, to allow me to come up and be privately catered to. I didn't understand that at first. It's against their own rules, and to me, it's just kind of a morally wrong as far as what the others are allowed to do. I didn't think a lot of it at first. We went and we hunted. I had a great hunt, enjoyed it. Lots of individuals helped me out. They fed me. Even the operators, fed me. I was sleeping in a tent my whole hunt. I was hunting by myself, and I tagged out. And I hunted, I think, 8 or so days on that hunt. We fast forward. I never really gave it much thought as far as boundaries, other than I was just kind of learning the area the first year. The second year, you're kind of learning it also. In the second year, I was like, hey, I'm going to do a little more research in this because I missed the opportunities on bulls because I wasn't sure of the boundaries. Come to find out they were within the boundaries and I could have shot them. So I was trying to actively learn the maps. My issue is the maps are not right, and they continue year after year with the bull crap and keep sending out the incorrect maps. This is their packet. This is their packet. The map, this is right off of their packet. I know it's super hard to see for you guys here. No, you don't. I'll bring the one I was given. I don't know if that's different. There's quite a bit of land that is not marked. See all this? This property is the key to this.
Because this is a.
This is the map that's on the DWR's website. This is where my issue became, is all I was patrolman. Is what I did. I ended up contacting the DWR and they said, are those maps accurate on your website? They said, yes. I said, well, okay, well, the map I have is different. No biggie. I know that I'm gifted this tag, so I have different restrictions, which is fine. However, when it comes to my wife, my father, and my sister-in-law that have had the state tags, this doesn't get shown to the public. Never. In the 4 years that I've seen these maps, this is never shown to the public. Why? That's where my irritation comes from. So not only that is when they do the orientation days, they hand out the same maps year after year, and they take you certain directions, certain ways, and it's never discussed on this whole upper section and some of these sections right here, how to access them. There's, for the most part, a couple ways to get in there. They don't let you know you can get in down here, and they don't show anyone or even discuss AGARD's property. So when my wife had the state or the draw tag, I wanted to know where she can hunt. And so when I showed up to orientation day, I was like, okay, we'll figure it out. When I first got there, we had the whole orientation. They discussed certain things. They discussed guns that you can't bring, which is their policy does not trump state law. State law says you have to have a certain caliber. They say you cannot have those type of rifles on the property. Policy doesn't trump state law. We also, as I listened to all their other items, they said, hey, we had an incident the previous year, if you shoot an animal, don't take pictures of it. No. Because one of those individuals was prosecuted. They said it in front of everybody that was there. I mean, we're talking a whole group of people, and it became kind of a chuckle fest, as well as, well, don't take pictures because if it's on the wrong property, you can be held liable for it, blah, blah, blah. But let us know and we will help you get it off the property. Went on and on. At the end of that meeting, we were unloading the four-wheelers like they do every year to go and take a tour of the property. Kelly came up to me and says, you and your effing family aren't welcome here. You're not supposed to be here, and was puffing his chest and got up in my face. If it would have been another time or another place and my wife wasn't there would have been big problems. Not in a good way. I mean, serious. My wife was so upset and so just flustered as to what the heck was going on. She went and jumped in the car, locked the doors, and sat in there, was just bawling, waiting basically for a fist fight to break out. He says, I'm not welcome there. I was on the do not return list. And then the next comment right out of his mouth was, who gave you those tags? And I told him who. And I said, my wife's was a state drawn tag. His tone started to change. After he vented, though, he sat there and vented, all got freaking red in the face, sat there and just went off and off and off, got his piece out. And I said, and he just went off saying, you come here, you talk to this, and you think you're all big and bad, and I said, alls I want to know is where the boundaries are. That's really all. I haven't broke a rule. I haven't broke any of these guidelines in their pamphlet every year. Not myself, not at all. So my issue is hey, he calmed it down. He says, okay, it's done. That's done. I've said my piece, and we're going to leave it how it is. You have 5 days. Everyone, I was being punished because everyone, I know we're only limited or whatever, not limited, but we're allowed up to the 5 days. That's fine. However, on that CWMU, they allowed 2.5 months of hunting. Generally. I mean, for the most part, without any question. They have certain days that you're supposed to be able to come on and off. Rest, they call them rest days. My issue was there is he gave me 5 days and says, we'll review after 5 days. Basically says after 5 days, you're out of here. So the first bull my wife saw, we saw the next morning, we shot it, little raghorn, got out of there. Came back, I think it was a week later or a week and a half later. I came up, first animal I saw, shot it. They said, hey, we can use your originally they said we can use your four-wheelers. There's a four-wheeler and some trailers you can use to haul the elk out. I had used it with my wife's. I went to use it on mine, and I couldn't. All of a sudden, the four-wheelers, all 3 of them were broken. So I loaded that elk by myself in the back of a Razor, and I hauled it out. Complicated, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, is there somebody here representing East Fork of the Chalk Creek that can speak to the complaint?
Haskell, you probably already know that. Others might not. I have been in this business for over 40 years. When the posted hunting units first started, we signed up for them and have been seeing over the years all the changes and improvements. But this gentleman that was just talking to you, he said that my patrolman was creating him some problems, and not once, all during the time that he was up there, did I ever hear from him. I didn't even know this was taking place until my patrolman asked me about it, and I got a letter when I went before the DWR up in Ogden, and they had this letter that they showed me, and I have a copy of it, and that's what I'm going to talk about as I go through. A lot of the things that he mentioned in his remark. And of course, now you and I know the operation is a cooperative wildlife management unit. The Haynes Ranch is one ranch that's 10,060 acres. And the Agard Ranch is 5,921 acres, but part of it is in Wyoming. So there's 5,244 acres that is the Agard Ranch that we can use in the Utah CWMU. The ranch we hunt is on a 90-10 split. And the properties are contiguous and not guided. They hunt on their own. The hunters that haven't been up on the property are given a property orientation. We do 2 times, the end of July and the first part of August. And then if they haven't made it by then, they can call us, and sometimes we've taken them around after that. But we try to stay out of the ranch because it is a cattle ranch and sheep ranch. And we don't want a lot of people up there running through and looking and scouting. So that's part of the deal, and that's my deal with the landowners.
most of the time, we hunt over on the Agard piece, and that seemed to be an issue with him, and so that's why I'm talking about it. We hunt 10 private hunters, and they hunt a combination hunt, deer and elk. So we only have 10 hunters most of the time over there. Sometimes private hunter will buy the 2 tags and take his son with him, and he'll hunt the elk. So there's 2 over there. But we never exceed the numbers that the rancher agreed with me, and that was 15 deer and 14 elk. And that's in our lease. Most of the time we hunt, I just said that, and I said that there's a 90-10 split. The DWR gives us on both properties 4 deer and 3 elk. So you see, if I put those with the 10, I'm pretty close to the numbers, but I'm not over them. And that's why we do it that way. So that area is restricted with the numbers. So when his wife and his father I didn't know his sister had a tag, but his father, well, I need to put my mind together here, I guess, and I'm just amazed that a lot of you should be aware that a lot of the private hunters do not hunt on the Agard Ranch. The reason is restricted numbers. And we have 40 deer hunters and 30 elk hunters, and it's a 90-10 split, so that's where the 4 and the 3 come from. It's interesting to note that our records show the hunters that hunt both ranches take more game on the Haines Ranch. Well, that stands to reason. It's twice as big, but yet it does have more animals. Even this gentleman and his wife took their bulls on the Haines Ranch. Now, he said he took it as fast as he could, but it was on the 3rd day that his wife took one, and it was a semi-mature. It was not a raghorn. And according to my patrolman, okay? Because I have been honest with these landowners, I just signed another 6-year lease with them. And I have been. I try to hold to the rules and what they want, and also try to take care of the property and improve the animals that are there. We have had, and one of his questions, he didn't say it tonight, but one of his questions in the letter was that we block roads with trees. The only roads that we block with trees, and we don't block them, they're deadfall that falls across the road, is where the loggers have been and created a road that we don't want them going in, because if we did, we would scare the wildlife away. This man got his tags from Ron Dean, who is the owner of Structural Steel, and he buys several tags and gives them to some of his clients. I don't know if this gentleman was a client of his. I didn't ask Ron that. But he got his tag free for the last 2 years. He said in his letter that I got that he spent a lot of money. The only money he spent is what he spent on buying it from the DWR, not from paying him anything for it. That didn't matter to me, because what we do up there is a public hunter that comes up on the property can hunt the whole ranch. We let them hunt over on the Agard Ranch. They were told in the letter that they have full access. And I don't know, he wasn't given access because he got a private tag that didn't allow him to go over there because of the limited numbers. That was the reason. And if the landowner, if I'd have had all of the hunters that the 40 hunters go over on that ranch, I would have lost the ranch because I agreed to those limited numbers. You have to stay within those rules as well. He was concerned about our boundaries not being posted well. We post our boundaries very well. We recommend every hunter hunting these ranches have an Onyx system in their phone and know how to use it. A lot of them that have it don't know how to use it. We also tell our hunters that hunt Agard Ranch, if they shoot an animal and it travels on the other property, then give us a call. We call them and they let us go retrieve it. And we have the same agreement with them that if they shoot one and it comes on us, they can come and get it. And it's a good relationship with them. And we've actually worked on with them in trying to lease theirs as well. And that might be coming up in the next year or two. Actually, we don't have, not had any problems at all with the adjoining hunters, and it's our privilege to work with them as well. He asked us to use a small trailer and the ATV. The ATV was broken, the one that we used. It was broken because people used it and abused it. I bought a small aluminum trailer with bigger wheels with a ramp on and told the hunters they can use that. They even have a receiver hitch there that they can put into their unit and pull it, but they have to use their own equipment to pull it, not somebody else's that they can break. And you know why? If they use that and it's a problem, then the liability that I have is great. And that's according to my lawyer, okay? And this young brother here that's my patrolman let people use it until it blew apart.
Yep.
It was a $2,000 fee. I'm running out of time.
You're out of time, Mr. Haskins. Thanks for your explanation. And the time now belongs to the committee to ask questions.
All right, I didn't even address the wasted game, but we don't have wasted game, guys. We know what happens. Guys with 1,000-yard guns can shoot them and wound them. That's what happened.
Mr. Haskins, stay close to the mic, or if you would like to take the mic to a chair, if that's easier for you. You can grab it right off the podium if that's easier for you. Perfect. And then just turn it off so that it's red until, thank you.
I've got one quick question for the complainant. So I'm just trying to understand a little bit. You had a private tag, which
For 3 years, yes.
for 3 years. Okay, so you had really
intermittently.
quick because
Yeah.
we don't have a lot of time. You had a private tag that fall. Did your father and sister-in-law also have a private tag or a public tag that fall?
No, these were at different years.
Different
My
years.
father, I brought him up one of the years with me, and then my wife the other year, and they had both drawn state tags, state-issued tags.
Okay, and so you weren't allowed to access the whole ranch or the whole CWMU for yourself, but your wife was.
Correct.
Okay.
And father.
You're saying that the private tag was restricted, but the public tags were not. In other words,
No, the public
two that-
tags should not be restricted, but we were because of the maps that are given. And they said, he had told me, hey, how about this?
So you're,
I'll call me a couple weeks before the hunt, and I'll take you up there and we'll go show you the property finally. Never happened.
I assume, at least my dealings with the division have been that they're very good at getting their official maps into the systems that Onyx and others can access. So whenever there's in doubt, you can go to your hunt planner and see exactly the boundaries of a CWMU. And I'm looking at one right now for this East Chalk Creek, and it, I'm trying to compare it with the map. But you're saying that you were given inaccurate maps and deceived as to the extent of the CWMU?
Excuse me?
You were given inaccurate maps and by extension deceived as to the actual boundaries? Was that one of your claims?
Well, yes, is what they do. They don't show you how to access. One, they don't tell you about it. Two, they don't, because it's not on the map they give you. And two, they don't show you how to access it. And then when you do try to access it, you can tell it's a big issue. And they try to deter you. Well, you better not go off the property. Well, I wouldn't go off the property. If I have my Onyx, I've walked almost every inch of that property that I know of. But it was until the issue really became, it didn't matter to me because I hunted a certain area on Haynes Ranch that I could still produce elk with. I knew how I could still find elk. But the issue was I wanted my wife and my dad to have access to that land, and it was nothing but hell trying to get that information.
So that was one issue you raised. Earlier you said that you were given the opportunity to come early in exchange for paying some money. Are you saying coming before the season or coming before your allotted hunt dates within the season?
Okay, the day before the opening day of the elk hunt.
Opening day of the CWMU elk hunt?
Yes, correct. Everyone shows up to hunt for them. Well, a lot of them show up. I showed up and they took me on their Ranger. They opened up the gate. They were paid money. And they said, hey, since he missed orientation day, because I didn't get my packet till the day before, can you take him up and kind of show him around?
But you're not saying they were encouraging you to harvest an animal prior to the opening of the season.
No.
They were giving you a chance to scout and look around, and for that they collected a fee from you.
Not for me.
But they gave you the opportunity to pay them a fee, or what were you saying?
No, the individual that helped me obtain the tag paid him.
Paid him a fee?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know that there's any crime in that on private tag. But I wanted to clarify that
But it's against
you
the
were not.
rules. No one's supposed to access the ranch prior on a Tuesday. Those are rest days.
Well, I don't know anything about those rules. They're set by the operator.
Sure.
I would think for the private tags that the operator would have more liberty to set rules. If the landowners say, we don't want you in this corner, you don't get to go. Or if they say you can't come on a Tuesday, it's.
Sure.
But I'm still trying to wrap my head around a concise recitation of your complaint. It's that the maps are inaccurate. They don't tell you how to access, and they get uncomfortable when you push the limits of wanting to go into other areas that you believe to be within the CWMU, but for some reason they'd rather you not go in.
Correct.
Is that the gist of it? That's what I've been trying to.
Just that item, yes.
And then
there's
you've also
wanton
said
waste.
that they may be improperly allowing scouting for a fee and leaving carcasses or wasting meat.
Scouting, not necessarily for a fee. They allowed me access. That was the only time there.
Okay,
Right.
but then the other allegation is that they're not practicing good sportsmanship in how they treat the meat.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No, but if they have questions for you, they'll ask them.
So Ryan, bear with us a little bit because this is a little bit difficult for us.
Sure.
Each of us up here, what we're trying to do is we appreciate that you had some challenges there. private hunters can be restricted in a myriad of ways on CWMUs, and it's perfectly legal and perfectly fine. So we're trying to extract from all the information you gave us, specifically how the rule was violated relative to your wife or your father.
Sure.
And so to make sure, and maybe you guys can clarify if you know more than I do, to me, there has been some suggestion that public hunter possibly wasn't shown where they can hunt, or possibly was kept out of a specific area, and was possibly treated poorly by a patrolman, all things which would be violations of the rule. Is there anything that I missed there, guys? Is that what you've kind of pulled out of it too? So my questions then are specific to those three items. Let's talk about that, and let's stay focused there, and maybe give both of you a chance to talk about that. In your view, were the public hunters you knew of that you were with not shown where they can hunt or kept out of specific areas because of that, or because of discussions that were had?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then were those public hunters also treated poorly?
Excuse me?
Were those public hunters treated poorly? Did they have an altercation with either the CWMU operator or an agent of the CWMU operator?
My father, no, other than the first interaction when we opened up a camp trailer and I started to try to discuss the maps with him, and he blew up, just went freaking nuts. I mean, just AWOL.
Who did that?
That was Kelly and John,
okay.
But Kelly's the one that went AWOL.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And then how about with your wife? You said at one point she was upset.
Yeah,
What
my
happened?
wife, that was on orientation day on her, prior to her hunt.
Can you help me understand why he blew up? So you've suggested he blew up because you were asking questions about the map. In your opinion, what was kind of the catalyst that caused him to?
So they came up when they have a Ranger ATV or UTV, excuse me. They came up to the camper to kind of check everyone in, and he came up and said, hey, hey, we're here. This is my dad, blah, blah, blah. And my dad kind of pokes his head out of the trailer, and I'm poking my head out. And I wanted to discuss, I said, hey, can I talk to you a little bit about maps? And I had actually this exact map and this exact map and another one. I said, I got 3 different maps. I'm trying to figure out, you're on Haynes. You're not to go on, on Agards. I said, I know that, but my dad has the state tag. He's at liberty to do so. Went nuts with it. And I said, look, is what I done, I contacted the DWR, and as soon as I said that, it like triggered him. I said, I've contacted the DWR. I talked to the biologist because I wanted, supposedly he was the one that could give some more information or insight about it. He said, yes, that map is correct. So I was wanting some clarification. He chewed my head, bit my head off, and that was that. My dad was like, holy crap. They ended up leaving. My dad hunted that, I think that day and one other day, and we were done.
Okay.
He didn't come back.
Just to move this along.
Sure.
Just to clarify for me, where did you get the map did it come in your packet? Is that what you're suggesting?
These ones come in the packets.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
From the state.
Whose packet?
Theirs.
No. Did they come in the packet that they send to the private hunter or the packet that they send to the public hunter?
Both. The map was the same in the private hunter and the public.
Okay.
So like my wife and father, they received the same map.
Can you show me the maps? So this one map, it says Haynes map on it. It doesn't say anything about Agards, which lines up with the Haynes property pretty well. So that's the Haynes Ranch map. And then this map, I don't know, it just doesn't match up with anything in the packet. But
This is the state maps.
That's off the DWR's website.
That's off the DWR's website, but it's not the full,
I believe that's what that one is.
yeah, that's not the full map that I'm looking at right here. It ends right there.
All of them are a little bit different.
Well, it's just that this is zoomed in too far to show. So there you go. Yeah, well, yeah, it starts to show right there. But
Okay, Ryan, then you said that maybe there was an altercation with your wife. You talked about the one with your dad. Tell us about that real quick.
Yeah, basically as they were starting to caravan out to go do the tour of the property, or at least some of the property, some of the vehicles were already leaving. They're all UTVs, ATVs, that type of stuff. Everyone's getting ready to go. I'm unloading off my trailer, just 2 regular ATVs. He comes up to me and just goes off. My wife was so flustered just instantly, she just started crying and hurried and hopped in the car, or hopped in the truck, excuse me. And she's done. She's done with hunting. And you can look at the records of the DWRs, the permits. She was hunting. She's done.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Again, to help me understand that, what was the catalyst that caused the confrontation?
Initially, nothing. I did not say anything. He called me by name. This is Ryan, and came over to me and just says, "You're not supposed to be here." I was on the do not return list. And I said, why?
Is the person that you're referring to here?
Yes.
Who is it?
That's Kelly.
Kelly, raise your hand, please. Would it be all right if we heard from Kelly, Mr. Chair? Kelly, do you want to come up and explain your side of this story?
So Kelly, as you get going here, let's stay focused on these few items. Let's stay focused on these few items that we're talking about, right? And that is, were the public hunters, the two specifically talked about, were they allowed to hunt the whole property? Were they shown where they can hunt? Were they shown the whole property?
Yes.
And then
Yes, sir.
were they treated poorly? Will you
I don't
please
believe
address
they were.
those 3 things?
My operator was standing as close as you are to me. And if I would have been yelling and screaming, he would have heard me. At no given time, if I would have been yelling and screaming at the defendant's wife, he could have came over and told my operator. My operator has came to us in prior and said, hey, you know what? This is what we have to do. These are the rules. Sometimes in the past years, things have happened on the property that we didn't know how to fix. So we call our operator, but he knows everything we do, everything. We never once, even in orientations, if you want to come and see one of them, we take the public to the top of A-guards on an overlook where you can see 99% of Haines, and we show them A-guard, and we show them the half sections and tell them above the steep, that's where the half sections are. If you're going to go up there and hunt, you're going to have to be careful, because we got one section that's halved and then quartered. So it's a nightmare for us. So yeah, we tell them. I told them, if you shoot an animal and it goes off the property, leave it. Come and get us. Come and get our operator, and at least let us call them. Or if you're with us, the landowner on the other side won't get mad because he knows who we are. We got a good rapport with them. At no time were any of our public hunters ever told they couldn't go over there. We've said, Ryan, you can't go over there, but you can go with your dad and your wife. What's that? And don't take a gun.
Okay, so you're saying they were given full access and there were no altercations?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Just stay there for 1 second. Just stay there for 1 second. It seems like in the past, was there a poor relationship with Ryan earlier?
No. The first year he was there, we wanted him to come back.
Okay, and then the second year?
The second year it got tarnished because when he rolled up with his dad, the first morning, we said, you can go over there, but you can't go over there. And they came down. We have an orange vest policy that on our ranch, you have to have it because we have open hunting. I know the CWMUs don't have to if you guide them, but we have open hunting and we got 40 hunters. So they're running around different quadrants. I said, you have to have an orange vest. And his brother barked at me and said, I don't have to because I'm from Idaho. I said, sir, you do got to have one. And you're not going to go past here till you put one on. They argued with me and John for 10 minutes. And then he decided he had one and he pulled out from behind the seat.
Okay. So anyway, let's kind of stay focused on this a little bit. So then when he shows up the following year with his wife, did you know, had you sent a packet out so you knew they were coming, or did they show up?
Yes, we knew they were coming.
Okay.
Yeah, we knew. We know every one of the hunters that come because Cal either calls them or sends them a.
Okay.
He calls.
Thank you.
First of all, he
Thank
sends
you.
them a packet.
Yeah.
Then he calls everybody on the list
Okay. Thank you.
to come.
Mhm.
So that never happened then?
Hey, I understand this
Dude,
frustration.
dude,
And I
there was
understand this
20
frustration
people there.
and tensions are high, but we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Okay. It feels like we've laid out a lot of or had the opportunity to ask questions. Are there any more questions that the committee feels like they need to ask to either party?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So this map that's color coded that has the Chalk Creek Ranch, 4,897 acres, and the Rangeland LLC, Chalk Creek, I assume, is Sutherland. Rangeland is Agard, and then the Haynes is the balance. Is this map what's in your packet? Can you come up to the microphone, please? So is this the official map?
There's a map that's colored yellow, and that's it. That one I put out the last 2 years.
And this map, just casually looking at the state website, it seems to comport with it. So then the question is, this is not the map that you received? You've never seen this map before?
No, nor is it the one you received from them.
This is the
earlier
one
today.
yeah, it is. I received these two just now.
Yeah, those are different.
Well, this is just the Haynes property.
Oh, correct. It
This
does
is
not
all-
have
this
Agard.
is all
Yes.
three. This
Yes, that
is-
does not have Agards.
Sutherland, Agard, Haynes, right here.
Yes, that map was
And-
never
and-
given to the public hunters.
And is this, do you,
That map was sent to all of the public hunters. And
what
it-
about, and the
in the
private?
last 2 years. I don't know, prior to that, I sent to the people that were hunting Haynes, the Haynes Ranch map, because I didn't want them to think that they could go over on the Agard.
Now, these
because I
are,
could
these
only
are
put
private,
limited numbers. okay?
private CWMU hunters,
Yes.
where you can pick and choose. You get to hunt Haynes, you hunt Agard, you hunt Sutherland.
And the public hunters have always been given full rights on all the property. That's in the rules. That's what I state to them. And when I talk to them, I tell them that.
And so, but your contention is you've never, and you don't have access to Onyx.
No,
or
I
you don't have access to the state, and you've never seen this map.
I have access to Onyx, and I used it aggressively during the hunts. And then I used the state map
So
to figure out the
were the two
locations.
public hunters with which you were involved, namely your father and your wife,
Yes.
prohibited from hunting the whole unit?
They say they are not prohibited.
I don't know what they say. I mean, were they prohibited?
We were prohibited because we didn't have an accurate map from the ranch, from the operator.
You know,
if I can say this, I'm
No,
sorry.
I cut him off and we're just not going to do that. There's a question.
You can't even rebuttal. Huh?
Nope, sorry. You got a chance to explain in the beginning.
Well, please ask me a question then, will you?
So, Cal, I have a question for you.
Okay, great.
There's a lot of confusion here. I mean, it's confusing.
Yeah.
We're all confused, I think, to some degree. Like, you cannot hear, you cannot hear. Here's a couple different maps. Here's the packet with 2 maps. Over time, you guys know how many elk and how many deer get killed on these 2 properties. Would it be easier just to open the whole thing up and your numbers would be that pretty close to what this. But what I'm saying is over time, how many are the numbers fairly close to 10 get killed on the Agard side and the rest get killed on Haynes?
No, more of them get killed on Haynes.
Is the Haynes the bigger piece? Okay.
10,000, yeah.
So over time, whether it was restricted or not, how would those numbers look? I mean, if you have that much more property, I'm guessing it's all similar. I mean, I haven't been up there.
It is. Over the fence, the same thing. You know, it's the same kind of property. The Agard Ranch is higher on the top end of the mountains in the half sections. But the Haynes Ranch, one side of it, above the Blue Lake, which is up on the top part of the property, is pretty high as well. That mountain goes almost up to 13,000 feet.
So I don't want to drag this out, but I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up that your map differs from the state map. So that needs to be.
The latest one with the yellow?
Yeah. Yes, sir. And so that may be on your end or on the state's end, but I would at some point I would include in our recommendation, whatever that is, that you work with the biologist to make sure that your maps are correct.
I'll certainly do that because I haven't even looked at the state map. They must have got it off of the legal description. Is that what you?
No, you're missing a piece right on that little piece that juts down on the very south end of your CWMU is included in your map, but it's not included in the state map. But everything else is, looks like it is the same.
I'll have to, thank you.
Yeah, are we done? Okay. With that, if we're done with questions, any discussions or entertain a motion?
I guess for me, this whole thing is revolving around the maps as far as access. We've established that this gentleman's wife and father had access to the whole ranch, correct? I don't know what our place is at this point. If he's a paying client, I would suggest that they get their maps in order and that they define their boundaries, but I don't know what more discussion we could have about this, to be honest.
I think there's one more thing that I want to say as a division representative and partner with the CWMU Association, right? We are partners. We work with you guys, you work with us. And there's something that one of my best friends always says to me. He's listening right now, and he says, people will never remember what you say, but they will always remember how you made them feel. As a CWMU, make sure that you're being kind. And if that's an issue, fix that. It's important that we're kind. It's important that we treat, public hunters and paying clients with respect and dignity, and that we're kind. I understand that sometimes there are conflicts. And if you need help from us as a partner to help resolve some of those conflicts, we would love to help you. But if that's an issue, fix it.
I do just have one quick question, just in your packet, in regards to Agard, where it talks about, the area is closed down once you've taken 8 deer and 5 bull elk. is that just to your private hunters, or is that state hunters and everybody?
Yeah, you have to go to the mic. I'm sorry, or somebody bring it to you.
That's just the private hunters, okay? The last part of the season goes in till the 10th of November. We have a variance for deer and elk then. If they want to hunt, they can hunt that, and it's not a problem. But if we take 8 deer and 5 elk during that period of time, we do shut it down to the private hunter. The public hunter, if he says to me he hasn't been able to get an elk and he wants to hunt till the 10th, he can. But we have found that we're more successful prior to that time than not, okay?
Okay, yeah, that's kind of what I just wanted to get clarified. So, thanks.
All right, let's try something. This isn't, so just as a comment prior to a motion, this isn't the first time that we've had a he said, she said come before us. It's not the first time that we've had one side completely contesting 180 degrees what the other side is saying. And in this group's experience, there's always truth to both sides. And I suspect there's truth to both sides in this case. I'm mostly concerned that there probably is some challenge with the public hunters understanding exactly where they can hunt. There probably are some heated exchanges that go on or have gone on up there. And so all I'm going to say is I caution you, your agents that you have selected, they are agents and they're governed by our rule. Your agents are often the forefront of your CWMU. And they need to be above reproach. They need to be happy. They need to be kind, just as Covy has said. They need to know who they're talking to, and they need to treat them with the utmost respect, particularly with our public hunters that are out there. Because if they have one bad experience, they're not going to come back, and they might not hunt again. And so I caution you to make sure that you're on top of that. You've got a CWMU here that's difficult. It's got an arrangement that can put you back in front of us, just like a previous one that we talked about tonight. It could be something that if it was bad enough, we would be suggesting that your COR get revoked. It sounds like you're managing it. Please stay on top of that. Please make sure those public hunters are being given full access to that property at all times and that they're being treated fairly. Now, having said that, I would like to make a motion if we're ready for that. All right. I do want to go ahead and I want to make a motion that we place the East Fork Chalk Creek on probation so we can have the opportunity to have them come back next year. And that probation is going to be based upon these couple of items. I would like to have them come back next year and give us a report on how things went with their public hunters and give us an opportunity to talk with those public hunters. And so I'll restate my motion. I make a motion that we place the East Fork Chalk Creek CWMU on probation so that they have an opportunity this year to improve their communication and their mapping, specifically as it's directed towards the public hunters that draw their tags, by making certain they get full and free access to the entire ranch, and that on top of that, their experience is a good and positive one as they interface with the CWMU operator and its agents.
I'll second it.
Could I add some clarification? The motion would be to recommend to the director and the board the probation, correct? It's a recommending motion. It's not that we're placing on probation, but we're recommending.
No, so there are things that we can recommend and things that we can, and as far, we can put them on probation and have them report back.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Did that capture the difference between their maps and the state maps?
I didn't specifically mention that.
So it's a one-year probation.
That is correct. And so let me just add to the end of that motion that the maps get corrected between the maps they're sending out to the public as well as the maps, make sure they correspond with the maps on the DWR website.
Mike, do you still second that?
I do.
And with that, we'll take a vote on the motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous. None opposed. Okay, thanks for coming. We have one more, and that's Middle Ridge. Chad, the time is yours.
Okay. So Middle Ridge, we finally hit the end. Middle Ridge is our last one. Just to sum that up, we had a complainant that said his complaints was that communication was poor and that he was encouraged to turn his tag back in by the operator. We looked up statistics. 3 out of the 4 original public hunters who drew the tag ended up turning their tags back in. One of those 3 were reallocated to a hunter. So 2 out of the 4 that were originally supposed to hunt did hunt. Yeah, and then we received information so when they were reallocating tags, they'd asked the hunter to contact the operator, and we got feedback that the operator was encouraging them to turn their tags back in.
Okay, and with that, is the complainant present? No, the complainant is not present. Chad, is that correct?
I don't see him. It's Tyler. Maybe it was.
Tyler's not here. Did they just want, that's their representation? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was going to come, but I guess something happened.
All right. Is the CWMU operator or representative present? Dave Heyman?
Do I have to push this button or is it on? Okay. My name is Dave Haymond. I'm familiar with the CWMU program. I've hunted as a private hunter on CWMUs for the last 22 or so years. I have a lot of friends up in the Woodruff, Randolph area, and in the spring of 2020, they called me and asked me if I would please agree to be the operator for their CWMU, which is Middle Ridge. I do this as a volunteer and out of friendship to the landowners. We have 3 landowners, SNL Properties, Cornea Properties, and the Paul Stewart Trust. So I'm doing this all by myself. I don't have any agents. It's just me. I've never encouraged a public hunter to turn their tag in. However, when they ask me what the condition of the deer herd is, I will be truthful with them. I don't think it's fair to tell a person that they could come to the CWMU and collect a trophy buck if there's no trophy bucks up there. We've had real struggle with our deer herd in Middle Ridge over the last 2 or 3 years. And in fact, started about 2019. I guided on Middle Ridge property 3 elk hunters on the open bull elk season in 2020 for 5 days. And in the entire time we were elk hunting on the Middle Ridge property in September 2020, we saw not one single deer. Not a buck, not a doe, not a fawn, not a yearling, not one deer in 6,500 acres. So in the spring of 2021, when the public hunters started calling me, and we had 4 of them, they asked me what the condition of the deer herds was, and I just told them flat out. I says, it's not good. Our deer herds are not in good shape up here, and we've had some hard winters, and it's really been tough. I said, if you want to hunt and collect a deer, you can most likely do that. But if you're looking for a trophy buck, don't count on it because they're not up here. And somebody may have interpreted that as turn your tag in, but I never encouraged anybody to turn their tag in. We try and give all of our hunters, we meaning myself and our landowners, try to give all of our hunters, both public and private, an awesome experience. And as far as I know, I've never heard anybody complain, but in any case, everybody has full access to the entire property. Like I say, I do this by myself. I don't have any agents. My public hunters, when they come on the property, I give them full directions to the property, how to get on, the combinations to the locks, a few instructions, and I give them complete access to the entire CWMU for a 5-day period. And typically, I'm not even there. I ask them to call me when they get there and to call me when they leave and let me know if they had success and what kind of success they had. So, you know, it's pretty easy to hunt on Middle Ridge. If you draw a tag, I give you the instructions how to get there. I give you an opportunity to choose a date in September, October, or November. I write that down, and our public hunting dates are, I think, published on the website. And everybody has the same opportunity. They can come up and have full access with nobody else on there. So I don't really understand how it is that it was reported that I have encouraged people to turn their tags in. Now, I will say this, that in 2021, of the 4 hunters that drew tags, 3 of them I had to contact because I didn't hear from anybody until probably mid-July, early August. And one of them I talked to, I got his name here. Kevin Hershey, he told me he turned in his tag because he had health issues and he wasn't going to be able to hunt that year. I had another one turn in their tag. Shannon Alsop, and I only talked to her once. She called me, or I called her, and I asked her if she was planning on hunting, and I asked her when she wanted to hunt, either the October, November, or September dates. She told me she wanted to hunt in November, so I said fine, and I gave her a date, and then I didn't hear back from her for till September, and I called her, and I says, "What? You gonna hunt?" She says, "No, I turned my tag in." Okay. And the third person that turned their tag in, his name was Tyler Blackner, and he contacted me on the 12th of May via email, and we had 22 emails go back and forth between us between the 12th of May and the 10th of September. And in addition to that, we had numerous phone calls. I asked him what he wanted to do as far as dates. He says, "I want to hunt in November." So I gave him our November 6th to 10th date. And he asked me if we had a guide. And so I don't have a guide, but I have a friend that is one of my private hunters up there that has been a guide for bucks and bulls. And I asked him if he would guide him, and he agreed to do that for $250 a day. And I asked him how many days he wanted, and he said 2, maybe 4. And I said, "Well, just let me know." And the next thing I know, I contacted him, and I said, "So how many days do you want your guide?" And he says, "Oh, I turned my tag in." So I have got for the board here a complete copy of the 22 emails that went back and forth between us, which I'll give you. And after he turned his tag in, I said, "Tyler, I'm sorry that you turned in your tag. Please stay in the CWMU program as it is the best opportunity in Utah to see and take trophy deer. I'm sure our herds will rebound as they always do. I've been hunting deer in Utah for 60 years and have seen these cycles before. If you draw Middle Ridge again in the future, we'll be glad to have you." That was my last email to him. So, you know, I'm kind of dumbfounded as to who complained or why, and I don't know who complained, but I will give you a copy emails that were between one of the people that printed the tag, and there was no emails between any of the others. And the only instructions and packet that they get is this.
If we could please have you return to a microphone. for the
Sorry.
record.
Yeah, when they come over the loudspeaker, that's when we know we're in trouble.
So the second is the packet that both the private and the public hunters get, and all it is instructions to our camping areas and to the gates and the combinations and the requirement to sign my liability release, which our insurance requires. So that's all I have to say. And one other thing, I appreciate what you guys do. I know it's tough, and it's 10 o'clock at night, and you probably don't want to be here. Neither do I. But hopefully, we'll do better in the future. If I piss somebody off, I didn't do it on purpose. Thank you.
Do you want to just stay up there for a second so we can ask you some questions?
Yes.
So really quick, so we have the one complainant that said that you recommended that he turned his tag back in. And then the biologist contacted one of the other people that had the tag, Miss Ross, and she stated it was, she stated that it was brought up by Mr. Hammond about surrendering her permit. However, she is not interested in a trophy and just wanted to hunt. Once she told Mr. Hammond this, she stated he did not bring it up again. So you said that you didn't recommend people turn their tags in, but there's two people that said that you did.
Okay, so I think where the confusion probably is here is that when people ask me what the conditions of the herd are and what their opportunities were, I was straight up honest with them. And I told them, you can come up here and you can hunt and you can probably fill your tag, but you shouldn't be counting on taking a trophy deer out of here because they're just not here right now. We just don't have them. In fact, in 2020, the year I took over, we had 3 public hunters and 1 private hunter. 1. Because there's just no deer there. And I'm not going to go out and try and sell a private tag to a customer and promise them some kind of an awesome hunt and then have them get up on the property and no deer. I mean, that's just not fair. And so when people are asking me what the condition of the deer are and what I think, I'll just tell them the truth. That we just don't have great deer hunting up here right now. You can come up here and fill a tag, but you shouldn't count on getting anything awesome. That's the way it is.
I have a couple questions, Dave.
Yeah.
Right now we're in an application. I'm guessing, are you getting any calls? What are you telling hunters that are calling you right now?
Just 1 second. I'll read you a letter. Or an email. Wait, I'm talking. We're going to Okay, this is the only inquiry I've had so far this year. I got this from a guy named Tyler Parkinson. It was Friday, January 4th. He says, hello, Dave. I'm doing a little research before the 2022 hunting season and came across your land Middle Ridge. How's the deer herd and what kind of bucks are you seeing year after year? Do you have photos? I have a lot of points and want to enjoy a good hunt with the opportunity for a good buck. What are the dates that I would be able to hunt? Thanks, Ty. And I responded, Ty, thanks for inquiring about Middle Ridge. And by the way, I responded the same day. Thanks for inquiring about Middle Ridge. Last season, 2021, we had 2 public hunters. One hunter took a 2x3 and the other took a 3x3. And this was just this last year, 2021. There were a couple of 4x4s taken by private hunters with guides. The deer herds in northern Utah took a sharp decline after the winter of 15-16. This was due to heavier than normal snowpack and colder than normal temps. We saw a reprieve in the winter of 16-17, but then had another hard year during the winter of 17-18. The results of these winters have left us with about half the deer population than what we had previously.
Perfect. That's perfect. You don't need it. I get the gist of it. I guess my next question is How many private hunters did you have on the property last year?
In 2021, 4. We had.
And how many public hunters? You get 3 per year?
Well, we had, in 2021, we had 3, and then we turned in our application to renew for 21, 22, and 23, and our biologist who quit, I can't remember his name.
So do we have 40 private tags and 4 public?
Said we had to have 4. So we
How
now
many
have
private
4.
tags do you get allocated? 36?
No, oh heavens, no. We have a total
Tim.
of 15 tags.
If I may, Tim, this is one of the units that includes like
A lot of
40,
private.
yeah, 30% of
Got
it,
it. Okay.
25%
All
of
right.
it public.
Yeah, we
The
had
question-
4
the-
public and 11 private tags, and we
Okay.
sold 4 of them.
All right. That's all I had.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
This is a concern from a little bit more broadly, but my question is, if you're lean on deer in a year like this, especially with the amount of public land that's included, is this sustainable as a CWMU that's that small? Or are we going to be back here? I don't know that we'll be back here, but in a similar situation where you're a parent that you've encouraged hunters to turn tags back.
So as a private hunter, I hunted on Woodruff Creek South for 22 years, which is the CWMU just across Woodruff Creek to the south of Middle Ridge. And over those years, we saw really good hunting and some poor hunting because the deer go in cycles. And the last time we hunted on Middle Ridge was in 2019. And on their CWMU, Ryan Faust was running that, over 10,000 acres. And over a period of 5 days, we saw 2 deer. 2. And then 2020 is when I took over Middle Ridge and hunted that fall for the open bull elk on our property for a trespass fee, and we saw no deer. So come the spring of 2021, when people are asking me about the deer, I'm telling them the truth. I'm saying we're in real trouble.
No, I understand well that deer cycle, but my point is this a big enough chunk of ground to
Yes.
to have deer on year in, year out?
Absolutely. So this last year in 2021, I was up there for our 4 public hunters, and we've seen a tremendous increase in the number of deer. However, all the bucks we were seeing in 2021 were 2 points. So those are the deer that were born in 20, and they're finally coming around 21, and they're 2 points. And I suspect that in 22 and 23, we'll have some decent deer up there again. But it really hit us hard. You know, the last winters of 17 and 18 just about wiped us out completely, and that affected Middle Ridge and Woodruff Creek South and Meekum Ridge and Strawberry Ridge and Deseret Lanham Livestock. I mean, every one of those guys had a real hard time with their deer. It was a tough time. So when people are calling me and asking me, should I come up there and use all my points to score a trophy, I'm telling them, you know, you can get a deer, but don't count on a trophy because they're not here.
Did you sell your private tags, or were they given tags?
They were given.
They were given?
Yes.
And then you paid out of pocket to have guides guide given tags?
We have, our landowners gave those tags to the people that hunted. So there was no money collected for that.
Okay, but you said they were guided?
Say again?
You said that they were guided.
Yes, they were guided.
Okay.
Yeah. And the guide that guided those is the same guide that I offered to Blackner here, my buddy, that guided for bucks and bulls, and he was doing it for a favor for me.
So it seems like and I don't know what the rule is here, but candor with the hunters shouldn't be a sin where you're giving them candid advice as to whether or not they want to use hard-earned points for a mediocre hunt. But maybe
Yeah, and I'm not telling them, I'm not encouraging them to turn in their tag. I'm just giving them the truth of what's there and letting the decision be theirs. You need to know this is the situation. What do you want to do?
Some have interpreted your counsel to perhaps be to turn their tags in. That's what we're seeing from was it Tyler Blackner and I don't know what the corrective action here is other than that maybe not give opinions on what they should do with their tags if they want to come hunt and expend the tags, the points, let them have at it.
Well, and that's basically what I've told them is that you can come up here and you'll probably be able to fill your tag.
But sir, really quick, the way you're expressing it to people, they are interpreting it that you are recommending that they turn their tags back in, and that's a big problem for the CWMUs. And that's happened in the past, and there was some issues. And so you shouldn't be encouraging people to turn in their tags. So however you're expressing it, that's how they are interpreting it. It's because we've had multiple people say that that's what they felt that you expressed to them. I don't need a rebuttal.
I don't doubt that they felt that way. I'm sorry, and I did not mean that. I didn't mean for them to turn in their tags, and if they interpreted that, it was not my intention.
Dave, can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
Did any of these people reach out to you before applying for the hunt that you recall? Okay.
Chad, I've got a question for you. We've had some rule changes with the DWR recently. How many public hunters turn in their tags these days, just shooting from the hip? How many public hunters on CWMUs are turning in tags?
Man,
That's a complicated question. So we're reviewing the data. It appears that it hasn't had as big of an impact as.
So you're getting people turning them in?
There's still people turning tags in.
Okay. All right. It's good to know. Just one last thing for Dave. You probably are realizing you've struck a nerve with the fishing game because it's been an issue. Mike just talked to you about it kind of in depth, in that we can't have people turning in their tags and being encouraged to do so. We need to let the biologists manage the herds, and you should be having those communications that you're having with your biologist, having them out on your property, talking about tag splits, and solving the problem specifically with your private hunters would be the smartest way to deal with it. Solve the problem with your private hunters, encourage your public hunters to come. But let me say something in your behalf. If I had drawn your tag, and I've talked to some others up here, if I had drawn your tag, I would want you to be honest with me too. And so I appreciate that, and I think that that's fair. I've got to give you credit for that. But I caution you to be very careful in that we need to let the biologists manage the herds, and we need to just do our best. And if it falls on your shoulders where there's a challenge like this, you're probably going to have to take care of it with your private hunters.
Can I say one more comment to that, Dave? They may complain that the deer aren't big enough, but I promise you, we're never going to. Your hunters.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I really am hard of hearing. So
your public hunters may complain that they didn't see big enough deer. We're never going to put you on probation for having too small of deer. We're not obligated that way. I think it's fine to be upfront with people during the application process. Once they've drawn, we can't steer them one way or another. They should have contacted you before they put in. So just two different, be upfront and honest now, but once they've drawn, it's on them to collect the information before they apply.
And I appreciate that. I do, and I appreciate that comment. Let me just give you a copy of this letter or email to the guy that inquired January 14th. Just so you can see how the conversation.
I got one last comment. Earlier you said that your dates were like November 6th through the 10th, and
Right.
you're a new operator, and so this isn't like probationary or anything. It's just I want to remind you of the rule says that you must give them 5 days, but Sunday cannot be counted as one of the 5 days unless agreed upon mutually. So when you block out your days, you can't use Sunday as one of the 5 days unless the other person agrees to mutually.
When we turned in our application for 21, 22, and 23.
I'm just telling you what the rule reads. So I don't want to have a lot of back and forth because it's so late. But
I
that's
understand. I'm just saying that when we turned in our application, we came up with these dates with the wildlife biologist. And I asked him about it because I didn't know about it. And he's the one that encouraged me to do it the way we did.
Sure.
So,
and he can't authorize that. So there's administrative rule and code, and the rule dictates. So it's actually a rule violation, which would be an infraction. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So just don't. All Mr. Christensen was trying to do is just explain that in the future, when you're setting your hunt dates for your public hunters, it has to be 5 days, which you did, but that can't include a Sunday unless
Okay.
you say.
And
hey,
I did not realize that.
that
And
day
I
has a Sunday in
apologize
it.
for
Are you
that.
okay with it? Yep.
Yeah.
So, no, that's
So-
perfect. Any more questions from the committee or discussion? You good? Okay.
This is more of a question for you, Covey, and we don't have to talk about it because it's late, and it's me being kind of a nerd. But when I look at that CWMU and the size, and especially because of the amount of public land included, I really question the sustainability. Because on 6,000 acres, what this tells me that they're seeing such dramatic swings in population is they're not producing their own deer. So they're at the mercy of deer flowing from other properties. So my point is this, I don't know that you're going to have complaints come again, but all you're going to see is dramatic swings in those deer populations. This is kind of me being, but I don't know that that's the role of this committee to have that discussion.
Sure. I frankly, I think who's, Jayla, is this yours or is this yours, Dave's? It's yours. I think there's probably two things going on here, Jayla, and if I get this wrong, please stand up and correct me. But one is, he's right on adult deer mortality in this area and some of the others. We actually experienced the highest adult deer mortality ever recorded since we began monitoring deer. So in that larger area, it was unreal. So we did experience a large dip in the population in the surrounding areas, and also probably need to evaluate the size of the CWMU and whether or not it works well. So we'll take that under advisement.
Covey, can I add to that? Because we're going to have another meeting where we talk about rule.
Sure.
What about, like, we have 15 private tags and 4 public tags? Could we make the rule where we...
No, excuse me, 15 total tags, 11
total, okay.
private and 4.
Can we have a rule when there's this bad a winter kill that we change the split to, like, so there's 3 private tags and 1 public tag? Could we do that in these special circumstances where the whole herd does?
The answer to that is absolutely, because these can be adjusted annually based on requests and conversations between the operator and the biologist. And so that's not a hard thing to do, but it does take communication.
Yeah, I think we'd be protecting our public hunters if we did that.
To that point, I had a conversation with Chad about that right after the deer hunt. Remember that conversation? I says, we got to change this. He says, well, it's too late for 2022.
And it has to be done in a timely manner, because there's our obligation as to what the board passes and what goes into the public draw. And so the conversation has to happen before that. But what you always have discretion over are those private permits. And public permits we can change in a timely fashion as long as we have advance notice. So we just got to have the right conversation.
I'm concerned about that as well. And I wasn't really able to see everything until after the hunt in 2021, and that's when I called Chad and says, hey, we got to do something about this. Can I change some of these tags? And he says, too late for 22. So
We just have to do it. Chad is, as much as we'd like to do whatever we want, and as much as as a lot of people think we can, we just can't. And so we are held by code and rule, and it is very rigid.
Yeah,
and
I got it.
there's a good reason for that, right?
Yeah.
If not, we would end up all over the place. So work with your biologist, get things in a timely manner.
I don't know that we have one right now.
You do. She is sitting right back there, and
Can I get your information before we leave
she's
tonight?
very excited to be here.
Perfect.
So, okay.
Gentlemen, I'm doing
Where are we
my
at as a
best to
committee?
make this work for my landowners and for our hunters.
Good?
And
Okay.
because I've been a CWMU hunter, I want the experience that our hunters have to be awesome.
We appreciate that. Turning this back to the committee, is there any further discussion or anything that, no?
I'm just reminded that my kids say it's called fishing, not catching sometimes. And that maybe it's called hunting and not harvesting sometimes. And so what I mean by that is, as has been said, the split in the number of harvests, the total number of tags and the split is set in advance with consultation with the biologist. And if it's a bad year and you have control over the private tags, great, you could curtail those. But the public
Which we've done.
The public tags need to be inviolate during that period. And it may be hunting rather than harvesting, but provided they're given access, then that's all that's required. Given a fair chance, it's not guaranteed they're going to harvest. It's hunting, not harvesting. And I as to put a finer point on this, I don't think there's any action to be taken here that I know of as far as this committee, other than we've had a good discussion and we should probably have our favorite motion of the day sometime soon.
Okay. With that,
We done. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate what you guys do. I know it's tough work, and I really do appreciate it because without what you do, we wouldn't have most of the private land in Utah open at all to hunting.
Thanks,
It just
Dave.
wouldn't be.
I'm going to make a motion. I make a motion that we take no further corrective action with Middle Ridge CWMU.
I'll second.
we've got a motion and a second. Let's get a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, what do we have for other business?
So I've got a list.
Mike? No longer Mr. Christensen, now you're just Mike. All right, let's hear what we've got.
Are we ready for a motion to adjourn?
I think so.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.